Chapter 21. The Giant Needle Bee Queen. Ethan cradled the single green qualifier elf egg against his chest, its soft glow promising the kind of fortune his operation needed. In another world, those two yellow qualifier eggs might have been worth seizing as well. Their parents were remarkably gifted, and yellow-blooded elves remained rare. Still, no matter how impressive, yellow lineage elves could never rival the astronomical value of a green qualifier. Since the other eggs were lost to them, Ethan focused on what he'd actually secured. With Dark Crow guiding him, Ethan carefully made his way down from the cliff where the hive had been. The forest floor lay shrouded in twilight, but its dangers were no less real. The giant needle bee colony would soon return, and they had to be gone before the air filled with the hum of enraged stingers. To stay out of the bees' flight path, Ethan and his ebony-feathered companion struck off along a less obvious route, slipping through ancient oaks and tangled underbrush. Each footstep was hushed by fallen leaves and moss. Above them, the forest canopy filtered the fading light into emerald shadows. Dark Crow hovered just behind, wings rustling softly as he scanned the treetops for any sign of pursuit. Ethan's heart pounded with a mix of relief and adrenaline. Relief that they'd escaped with the precious green egg, and adrenaline at the thought of what it would mean once they delivered it to their benefactors. Ahead lay freedom and the promise of rewards beyond imagination. Ethan tucked the glimmering elven egg safely against his chest and sprinted away from the giant needlebee hive. Behind him, he sensed a tremor of alarm in the air, as if the hive's queen herself had felt the loss of something precious. A piercing buzz rose to a scream, and the leader of the needlebees let out a frantic cry that sent every worker bee scattering in panic before diving back into the nest. By the time Ethan and his winged companion, the Dark Crow, touched down on the rocky outcrops of the ironclad territory, they were well beyond the bees' swarming range. From this vantage, Ethan watched the vast cloud of needlebees pour back into their lair, the queen's anguished shrieks swallowed by the hive's hungry corridor. Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd planned. Once the bees discovered their missing egg, they'd abandon their patrols and hunt for it. Then, driven by desperation, they'd rebuild every deserted hive, each reconstruction luring them into traps from the skies. With the Dark Crow's speed and his own carefully timed strikes, Ethan would whittle away their numbers, hive by hive, until no needlebees remained. Clutching the egg, Ethan allowed himself a moment's satisfaction. He'd reclaimed one of the 4 elven eggs and set his strategy in motion. Ahead of him lay the next hive and another chance to save innocent lives from the needlebees' cruel dominion. With the Dark Crow at his side, Ethan lifted his chin. The hunt was only just beginning. Ethan hadn't expected to find a green elven egg hidden deep within the hive of the great needlebees, but now that he had, he decided to alter his plan on the spot. What he didn't realize, however, was that stealing one of the eggs would outrage the hive far more than if he'd simply destroyed the nest. The hive's chief, faster in flight than any of his kin, raced back to the nesting grounds. When he saw that what had once been 3 precious elf eggs was now reduced to just 2, a flash of red madness ignited in his eyes. Killing intent radiated from him like poison. As the other great needlebees swarmed in behind their leader and took in the empty chamber, they too went wild with fury. In their culture, the chief embodies the future of the entire colony. His offspring represent their greatest hope. By stealing the chief's choicest egg, Ethan had dealt a blow not only to the hive's honor, but to its very survival. Buzz! Buzz! The enraged sting bees filled the forest with a thunderous roar, their anger palpable in every quivering wing beat. Ethan froze a sudden alien presence seized the mind of the giant stinger bee queen, and through her, every bee in the hive. It was as though she had caught the scent of her stolen brood, carried off by this intruder and an elf. With a deafening shriek of rage, she signaled the entire colony. Every bee reared up, their twin wings beating so fiercely they blurred into a whirring storm. With that battle cry, the queen burst forth from the hive, tracing the faintest trace of elven scent on the breeze. Instantly, the others poured out behind her in a living tide of black and silver wings. The forest itself quaked under the relentless roar of their passage. Elven scouts, dark, wood, and high elves alike, caught the telltale trace of fear and the acrid tang of powder on the wind. They threw down their weapons and fled, abandoning posts and sentry towers. No living elf remained to stand in the bees' path. Ethan watched in horror as the swarm swept along the trail he had just traveled, cutting a swath of devastation through the undergrowth. At the edge of Tiejia's territory, the bees finally halted, hovering just beyond the border, as though waiting for a command. The tension was palpable. At any moment, the swarm would be unleashed upon Tiejia itself. Deep in the heart of the forest, two proud insect nations had maintained an uneasy peace for generations: the massive needlebees and the elegant Pakistani butterflies. Both were formidable in their own right, and neither was foolish enough to strike first. Yet today, that fragile truce would be tested. A vanguard of needlebees, their black and gold bodies gleaming in the dappled sunlight, had drifted too far from home. The sharp tang of their hive scent lingered on the breeze as they breached the butterflies' border. Alarmed by the intrusion, the butterflies stirred in unison, their wings flashing brilliant blues and purples. At the forest's threshold, the two forces finally faced each other. A low, menacing hum rose from the bees as they advanced, their antennae quivering with barely contained aggression. Buzz, buzz, they rattled, showing no respect for the invisible line. From the butterfly ranks, their leader burst into the clearing. Her wings, flecked with stardust patterns, bristled with outrage. She hovered before the bees, voice sharp as a thorn. "You're trespassing in our territory. Turn back at once." The needlebee commander, a hulking figure crowned with twisted stingers, answered with a thunderous roar. Without a moment's hesitation, he signaled his swarm to press forward. Sword-sharp mandibles clashed with quivering wings as the two armies collided at the border. In that tense instant, the forest seemed to hold its breath, and every creature, great and small, braced for the storm that was about to burst. The chief of the giant butterfly clan swept in to halt the assault, but two massive Thornbee warriors darted in from the flanks and cut him off. The butterflies had been caught completely unprepared. Only a fraction of their kin had answered the call, leaving them hopelessly outnumbered by the enraged Thornbees. Though the butterfly chief fought with every ounce of his strength, more than a dozen Thornbee soldiers poured through the breach, spearheaded by their own imperious leader. With a furious shriek, the butterfly chief battered at them, but he stood no chance. In mere moments, he was forced to retreat, watching helplessly as the Thornbees drove their advance deep into butterfly territory. At that very moment, Ethan and Dark Crow lounged at their campsite, entirely unaware of the clash unfolding nearby. Beside them, the elven thornbeetle's egg lay carefully wrapped in a nest of leaves, its shell faintly glowing with nascent life. Dark Crow contentedly crunched on his favorite energy blocks, while Ethan leaned back, hands clasped behind his head. He had no idea that his meddling earlier had sparked the deadly feud between the two tribes. Because Ethan had risen to the rank of Quasi-Sky King in his previous life, he now held a privileged position within the Rockets. He no longer needed to hunt elves for resources, and in the lull of his new status, he'd almost forgotten how desperately elven eggs react to their parents' presence. Fortunately, the egg spirit had been shielded just in time, its aura concealed beneath a neat bundle of leaves. Gah! Darkwing, the jet-black crow perched at Ethan's side, abruptly froze mid-peck and swung its head skyward, its elven-born instincts screaming of imminent danger. Ethan pushed himself to his feet, brow furrowing. "Darkwing, what is it?" A faint buzzing drifted on the wind. Ethan's expression darkened as his gaze snapped northward. Against the pale horizon, a single massive yellow silhouette took shape, then a dozen smaller echoes of the same form followed close behind. "Giant needlebees," he breathed. He'd been battling their relentless swarms for 2 days straight. Seeing them here meant only one thing: they'd tracked him to this very spot. They must really want that reverse scale. Ethan's eyes flicked to the towering figure at the front of the swarm, the queen of the giant sting bees. He'd been itching for a chance to face her, ever since he first heard of her ferocity. Until now, there'd never been the right moment. The dozen ordinary workers flitting at her sides barely registered in his mind. A low chuckle escaped Ethan's lips. He knew how much it must have cost in beast cores and rare metals to summon this queen all the way out here. And yet, Faced with only this handful of bees, neither he nor the dark crow felt an ounce of fear. A sudden hush fell over the clearing. The giant queen paused, her compound eyes narrowing as she detected two familiar presences. Her suspicion turned swiftly to rage, and with a thunderous roar, she launched herself toward them. Ethan glanced at his companion. "Dark Crow," he whispered, voice calm but urgent. "Are you ready?" The raven, full from its last feast, opened its beak in a piercing screech, feathers bristling with raw power. Ethan had mastered the crow arts enough to know precisely how to use its strength. "Shift into downwind stance the moment you're in range," he instructed. "First, unleash intimidating screech to scatter those bleeding workers. Take out the wounded ones quickly, then switch back to downwind. I'll handle the queen myself. Keep the rest of the swarm blocked off until she falls." Without hesitation, the dark crow's form blurred, wind swirling around its wings as it surged forward. Ethan drew his blade, meeting the queen's charge head-on. The battle had begun, and this time, victory would be theirs. Ethan had been waiting for this moment. After a dozen skirmishes across the battlefield, he saw the perfect opening, and he seized it without hesitation. "Dark Crow, strike now," he commanded. In an instant, air currents coalesced around the creature. The crow's dark feathers blurred into streaks of black light as it merged with the wind, its speed surging to astonishing levels. With predatory precision, it dove straight at the great needlebee leader. Ethan activated his wind-up skill. A churning white whirlwind sprouted before the bee, solidifying into a wall of gale-force winds that threw the leader off balance. Seizing the advantage, the dark crow's form flickered between shadows and light, its sharpened wings cutting through the air like blades. With a rapid series of jabs, the crow pecked down several of the already weakened large sting bees, sending them crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Only the great bee leader managed to force its way through Ethan's wind barrier, but behind it, 6 fully healthy bee leaders stood poised. Suddenly, twin glimmers sparked at their stingers. In unison, they unleashed a volley of chaos strikes aimed straight at the dark crow. Yet the crow staggered beneath the onslaught. Its old reserves of strength were spent, and fresh energy had not yet flowed in. For the first time, Ethan's loyal ally seemed on the brink of collapse. Ethan's lithe form weaved through the air, narrowly evading the stinging assaults of 2 massive needle bees. As the skirmish crept uphill, he finally broke through the interference long enough to scan the data of the swarm's leader. Pokédex entry. Name, Giant Needle Boss. Designation, Light Green Rarity. Gender, Female. Level 17. Type, Bug, Poison. Ability, Insect Instinct. Heightened Battlefield Awareness. Held item, Boss's Aura. Boosts an elf's bond rank with its trainer. Inherited moves, Poison Sting, Pin Missile. Standard moves, Double Needle, Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit, TM, TR. Teachable moves, Drill Peck, Agility TM, Learner, None. This boss radiates a powerful aura that not only strengthens an elf's qualifications, but can also be pacified, or even befriended, only by another bee of its kind. Realizing the opportunity, Ethan adjusted his strategy. If he could calm or capture this queen bee, his own elves would grow immeasurably stronger. Determined, he readied himself for the next exchange of blows. Chapter 22. Defeating the Giant Needle Bee Queen. Ethan studied the stat readout on the Giant Needle Bee Queen, muttering to himself. He'd expected her to be powerful, but he never imagined her aura would be so overwhelming. In his previous life, as a wizard hunter who climbed to nearly quasi-king status, he'd only ever glimpsed her aura twice. That level of energy alone could instantly elevate a wizard's rank, a glaring imbalance that skewed every resource in favor of any elf who shared in it. Elven aptitude is measured by aura color, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, with each hue subdivided into low, mid, and high tiers. The queen registered as a pale green, the very lowest tier of green, and still a long way from true dark green proficiency. On paper, her qualification wasn't astonishing, but Ethan's hard-won instincts warned him that the numbers didn't tell the whole story. Despite what the data said, there was only one choice. He squared his shoulders, steeled his mind, and prepared to face the queen's stinger head-on. Within the Grand Needle Bee clan, every individual's innate potential is marked by a color. The Dark Crow's rating is officially green, but it's such a deep, vivid shade that it flirts with true dark green status, something no one could achieve without rare, magical artifacts. By contrast, the clan leader was born with only a dark yellow rating, yet he was elevated to light green to uphold his authority and prestige. Even so, nothing compares to his most treasured offspring, an elf hatched from a unicorn egg, bearing a genuine green potential. This child represents the highest aptitude in the entire clan. If properly cultivated, it could not only become the strongest member, but actually raise the collective potential of every needlebee. When the clan leader discovered that his prized heir had vanished, his fury knew no bounds. At his command, the entire Grand Needlebee host swarmed out in search, bristling with anger and betrayal. To them, Ethan's abduction of the unicorn elf egg was a direct strike at the very heart of their society, far more grievous than the destruction of a single iron-shell pupa. Of course, these were only passing thoughts in Ethan's mind as he pressed on, clutching the precious egg that would change everything. After Ethan, now fully transformed into the Dark Crow, had wounded the stingrays and sent them crashing to the ground, they struck back with several desperate attacks. None were fatal, but even he felt the sting of danger. With a sharp, ragged caw, Ethan unleashed a piercing scream that rattled the surrounding big needlebees. Two of them convulsed mid-flight and dropped, claws scrabbling uselessly before going limp. Seizing the opening, he beat his obsidian wings in a powerful downward sweep. Instantly, a churning whirlwind erupted around him, whipping up debris and tearing at the wings of every nearby insect. Ethan's flight system surged with raw power, each beat of his wings fanning the storm to greater fury. He angled his form to place himself squarely between the enraged big needlebee leader and the rest of the swarm. Under the relentless onslaught of wind pressure, the flailing bees were torn from the sky and hurled to the earth. One by one they fell, silenced and motionless. Only when the final bee lay defeated did Ethan's wings come to an abrupt, echoing halt. The whirlwind dissipated, leaving a hush in its wake, and the field lay strewn with his fallen foes. With a thunderous bang, the whirlwind summoned by the wind-lifting skill abruptly collapsed, its howling currents dying away into the still air. Suspended above the battlefield now were only the Needlebee Queen and Ethan's Dark Crow, poised for the next strike. Before Ethan could react, the Needlebee Queen flashed in a streak of white light, its twin stingers thrust forward, crackling with electric power. "Lightning strike!" it roared into the sky. "Dark Crow, peck!" Ethan commanded. Dark Crow's eyes narrowed as pale energy flickered along its beak. Drawing upon its flight aura, it hurtled straight at the oncoming bee. The two Pokémon collided in a resounding crash, each flung backward by the sheer force of impact. A fine crack marred the needlebee's stinger, and fiery embers of a fury skill flickered to life around it, an enraged technique that boosts a user's power after striking. Ethan ignored the surging embers. As long as he kept Dark Crow at a safe distance, his companion held the advantage. Ethan's voice was calm but firm. "Dark Crow, contain the wind, focus it into a blast." No sooner had the words left his lips than the two elves sprang apart, regaining their distance. Ethan wove the currents of air around him, shaping them into a whirling barrier aimed straight at Big Needlebee. That cyclone had thwarted so many of their aerial assaults before. It was infuriating. Fueled by rage, Big Needlebee hurled himself at the vortex, ignoring its howling force. In a blur of motion, he slashed with both of his razor-sharp needles, and the cyclone shattered. Sparks danced along the blades, crackling with raw electricity. Ethan didn't hesitate. "Dark Crow, don't hesitate. Use shockwave." As the electrified needles drove into him, Dark Crow howled in agony. Pain lanced through his body, but he stamped his talons into the ground and unleashed his frightened cry. The terrifying scream shattered Big Needlebee's momentum, forcing him to reel back. In an instant, Dark Crow vanished in a swirl of shadows, re-emerging several meters away. Both combatants paused, each catching their breath and preparing for the next strike. Ethan's Dark Raven darted and wheeled through the air, constantly keeping the stinger bee at a distance with gusts of wind. Each time the bee managed to blast through and close in, it struck back with its twin stingers, driving the raven off balance. 7 or 8 fierce exchanges later, Dark Raven's wings trembled with fatigue, every beat growing heavier. The stinger bee, too, was breathing raggedly, its pale green exoskeleton scratched and worn. Yet as a leader-class spirit, it still stood its ground. Though the bee was 3 levels higher than Dark Raven, Ethan knew his bird's superior speed and precise control could tip the scales. All the while, he monitored their health bars and energy levels, issuing commands without hesitation. Dark Raven, Hasu, now! Both spirits were visibly slowing. The outcome would hinge on endurance. Exhaustion lined the bee's movements, but its raw strength was undeniable, a testament to the leader elves who had invested every resource to train it. Ethan steadied his breath, ready to seize the moment when Dark Raven, fueled by that last burst of energy from Hasu, could outmaneuver and outlast its formidable opponent. Ethan's command sent Dark Crow crashing to the ground. Numbness had seized its legs and feet. It staggered on the edge of collapse. Instantly, its feather habitat ability activated, drawing the Earth's latent power up through its talons and flooding its body with renewed strength. Across the field, the massive needle bee paused, puzzled by the crow's sudden fall. But its finely tuned battle instincts detected Dark Crow's slow, labored recovery and sounded the alarm. It couldn't afford to wait. With a decisive cry, the bee launched itself forward, venomous stingers poised to halt any regeneration. Yet fatigue had taken its toll. The bee's once blinding speed had dulled, and its signature electric flash attack fizzled harmlessly in the tense air. As the giant insect closed in for the finishing blow, Dark Crow shook off the last vestiges of paralysis. Feathers bristling, it sprang to its feet, and its fierce, unblinking gaze fixed on the bee. Even in combat, Dark Crow felt a grudging respect for its opponent's courage. But there was no time for admiration now. Both fighters braced for the next exchange, each determined to seize the victory before the other could recover. Ethan had been partnered with the Dark Crow for so long that he knew its nature instinctively. When their eyes met, Ethan could read the bird's resolve as clearly as if it spoke. He offered a wry, bittersweet smile and shook his head. "All right, Dark Crow, do what you must." With a thunderous caw, the Dark Crow's wings trembled as it hurtled toward the giant needle bee. This time, it made no attempt to dodge. The massive insect, already battered from earlier strikes, could barely coordinate its armored limbs. It braced itself, chitin grinding for the impending collision. Then, feathers met shell. Each impact resounded through the clearing like rolling thunder. The bee staggered under the relentless assault, its compound eyes, once blazing with fury, dimmed as its strength ebbed away. In that faltering glare, Ethan saw the first glimmer of respect for his avian ally. Finally, with one last powerful sweep of its wings, the Dark Crow shattered the bee's carapace. The giant needle bee collapsed in a heavy heap and lay still, unconscious. It had braced only for a chest strike and never managed a counterattack. Ethan watched in silence as the dust settled. Victory belonged to the Dark Crow. The bird ruffled its glossy feathers and let out a triumphant cry, "Caw!" that echoed across the battlefield. "Gah!" Ethan shouted, his voice cracking with excitement. This was the first opponent to put up such a fierce fight, and according to his UU Overseer scanner, the strongest he'd ever defeated. He stepped forward slowly and stared down at the gigantic stinger bee sprawled on the ground. Although he'd trusted Dark Crow's strength from the start, seeing the enemy truly fall still felt incredible. Ethan crouched and exhaled a low whistle of admiration. Just then, a brilliant white light burst from Dark Crow's feathers. Ethan froze, eyes widening at the sudden glow. Moments later, he broke into a grin. He hadn't expected this. Right after toppling the stinger bee, Dark Crow was already leveling up. Ethan tapped the data chip on his wrist, and the scanner's readout swiveled up to bathe Dark Crow in luminescent waves of analysis. Numbers and new abilities flashed across the display, confirming the evolution. Triumph surged through Ethan's veins. This victory was just the beginning. Chapter 7. Wings of Consequence. Ethan watched with pride as his Dark Raven, its midnight green plumage ruffling in the breeze, soared above the forest clearing. Moments ago, the mischievous flying type had reached level 15, unlocking a formidable new move, Wing Attack. Thanks to its Heart of Pranks ability, Dark Raven always struck first, catching opponents off guard. Now it was time to see the technique in action. Wing Attack, Ethan called. In an instant, Dark Raven dove like a shadowy arrow, wings slicing through the air with 60 points of sheer power. The blow thundered into the target, and the earth trembled where it struck. It was the strongest flying move Dark Raven had ever mastered. But victory came at a steep price. Dark Raven's muscles burned from the relentless skirmish, its feathers once so poised, now trembling with exhaustion. Adrenaline ebbed away, leaving it barely able to keep its head aloft. With a final, ragged wing beat, it plummeted to the ground. Ethan sprinted forward, scooped up his companion, and settled him into his arms. He gave the raven's glossy head a gentle tap. "Goof around all you want," he teased softly, "but now you know what it costs." Beneath the playful scolding, his voice was thick with concern and affection. Dark Raven blinked up at him, chest heaving, a spark of defiance still flickering in its dark eyes. Despite the pain of pushing its limits, it would rise again, wiser, stronger, and ready for whatever challenge Ethan set before it next. Although the Dark Crow had been drained of much of its strength, it still managed to overcome a formidable foe, and Ethan couldn't have been more satisfied. Chapter 23, Return. I gently laid the Dark Raven on the forest floor and retrieved my emergency healing spray. As I misted the wound, a coolness spread across its torn feathers, and the bird's agonized cries softened into a steady, throbbing hiss, signaling the disinfectant at work. Without pausing, I emptied the entire canister onto the gash, watching steam rise in wisps through its plumage. Whether it brought relief or stung with irritation, I couldn't tell. I reached into my pack for a handful of energy cubes and coaxed them into its beak. Bit by bit, the raven's strength returned. It staggered to its feet, ruffled its feathers, then flexed its wings as if testing them for the first time. When it launched itself into the air, I called out, "Wait!" and caught its wing, easing it back to the ground. With a soft chirp, it settled against me, leaning into my arms. Holding its heavy weight today took more effort than I'd expected. A foul stench drifted on the breeze from the border where the Bottidae butterflies meet the giant needle beetle's territory. All around us, bodies of enormous needle bees and titanic butterflies lay scattered, on the ground, slumped in tree branches, tangled in bushes, and buried in fallen leaves. Their once vibrant wings were shredded, their life extinguished. I tightened my grip on the raven and steeled myself for whatever lay ahead. At first, the vast swarm of sting bees held the high ground, their countless bodies blotting out the sky. But wave after wave of Pakistani butterflies, rallying from all corners of the forest, soon returned to the fray, and the bees' numerical advantage evaporated. Their own leader had vanished deep into the woods long ago, while the butterflies' commander remained at the heart of the battle, directing every maneuver. Casualties mounted on both sides, and under the pressure the normally gentle butterflies shed all restraint. Frustrated and desperate, the bees lashed out savagely, but only dug themselves into a deeper hole as the battered butterflies pressed their assault. Then Dark Crow swooped in with deadly precision and struck down the bees' leader. In that instant, a shudder ran through the hive. The invisible blessing that had fueled their fury vanished. Dozens of bees froze, mid-sting, their instincts suddenly blank. Seizing the moment, a flight of giant butterflies descended, carving through the stunned ranks so efficiently that many bees never took wing again. Even in the face of utter collapse, the survivors buzzed a final, furious cry, an echo of their shattered will. Buzz! A wave of dread swept through the hive as the bees realized what had happened. Their leader was gone, his final breath ebbing into silence. When a king falls, his realm shares in the dishonor. Madness gripped the stinging bees. Despite their desperate charge to break the Pakistani butterflies' defense line, they collapsed well before their target. One by one, warriors dropped from exhaustion and despair. Suddenly, a handful of the largest stingers fell silent. With a single, thunderous cry, they rallied the fallen comrades, snapping them back from the brink like ice water in midsummer. Shame washed over the disoriented bees, and the fire of determination returned to their eyes. Under the command of their chief stinger, they formed ranks and began a disciplined withdrawal. When the menacing beekeepers finally arrived, fewer than 100 bees remained. Yet any keen observer would have noticed a faint, mysterious aura spiraling around the chief stinger. That glowing breath was the prototype of a leader's will, an energy that manifests only when a group achieves perfect unity and cohesion. Ethan sank to one knee in the soft underbrush, his breath steaming in the cool morning air. Around him, the battlefield lay quiet. The needle-bee swarm had fallen back, and the Pakistani butterflies had drifted home through the pines. 3 hours earlier, he'd compelled the dark crow to unleash its most devastating technique, feather habitat, and though a handful of energy blocks had jump-started the bird's recovery, the recoil had nearly shattered its stamina. Even Hasu, Ethan's mentor, warned that feather habitat was too taxing to use often. Yet Ethan's resolve was absolute. Instead of pushing the crow through another training session, he spent the entire night tending its battered body. Beneath the broad canopy of an ancient oak, he gently massaged bruised feathers and soothed twisted joints until dawn painted the sky pale gold. Now Ethan crouched by a flat rock, stirring a pot of sweet grain porridge over a crackling fire. Above him, the dark crow circled, its sleek black wings cradled in splints of rough-hewn wood, each as thick as Ethan's forearms. The splints would hold the wing bones steady while the remaining soreness faded. Yesterday's final duel with the giant needle-bee leader had exposed a dangerous weakness. After every wing-driven strike, the crow's strength ebbed, leaving it vulnerable. This morning, both master and familiar understood what must come next. Once the splints are removed, they would begin forging new muscle and resilience, ensuring that, in the battles ahead, the dark crow's wings would be as unbreakable as its spirit. Ethan guided the dark crow onto the training grounds. Since its recent promotion in rank, the creature's strength had grown noticeably. Where 100 laps once left it exhausted, it now finished them with energy to spare. After circling the field one last time, the dark crow landed, and Ethan offered it one of the energy bars he'd prepared. It tore off the wooden wing trainers, hopped over to a sturdy oak, and began pecking at the bark. With each sharp crack, the tree shivered, flakes of wood drifting down around them. Ethan finished his breakfast and moved into his own workout. He sprinted backward up the hillside, his elven companion timing him with a soft whistle, then switched to sit-ups and push-ups on the dew-cooled grass. He believed the body absorbed nutrients best in the morning, so he pushed past every hint of fatigue. When they finally stopped, both he and the elf lay side by side, gazing up at the vibrant blue sky, hearts still pounding as the day's first light warmed their faces. After their brief rest, Ethan returned to the dark crow, which rose to its talons with a ruffle of midnight black feathers. Today marked the 6th day of their training cycle, and tomorrow the rockets would gather for their next assignment. As they made their way back, Ethan paused at a narrow clearing. This was the point where the Bada butterfly territory met the Big Needle Bee territory. The forest here was tangled, overgrown, a borderland of old grievances. Ethan frowned, staring at the chaotic underbrush. He realized, with a sinking heart, that his mere crossing of this line, an innocent choice born of routine, had unintentionally rekindled the age-old dispute between butterflies and bees. A war that had long simmered in the shadows now threatened to burst into flame. Ethan stepped into the shattered forest, the ground littered with corpses. The devastation around the giant needle bee colony was staggering. Not only had the massive bee population been all but wiped out, but even the once common ironclad crickets had vanished in the neighboring Bada territory. The occasional Bada butterfly sighting, already rare, had ceased entirely. The losses for both races were catastrophic. Ethan let out a low sigh and pressed on toward what remained of the needle bee hive. Having endured the trials of his first life, he'd long since grown numb to scenes like this. In a world ruled by survival of the fittest, where cannibalism was more than rumor, only the strong lived. Weakness invited death, and there was no one to blame for it. He'd abandoned that naive kindness ages ago. Aside from his closest companions and the elves under his protection, Ethan trusted no one and gave no charity. Mercy belonged to the powerless. Strength meant staring death in the face without flinching. As an elf hunter in his former life, he'd witnessed savageries far worse than this. Cowardice, he'd learned, was the gree, a test sin of all. Ethan stepped back into the forest that marked the territory of the giant needle bees. A rush of familiarity washed over him, yet the woods that once teemed with life now felt strangely hollow. The ironclad carapaces he'd come to expect on every tree were nowhere to be found. "Have your fun. Just don't get in my way," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Ever since the colony lost its queen, it had been reduced to nothing but a fragile heap, easy pickings for the Dark Crow, picking off stragglers one by one. The narrow path Hagi had once negotiated so carefully was now a clear thoroughfare for Ethan and his silent companion, a route that had taken Ethan nearly 2 hours to traverse before now took only 1. Not a single giant needle bee crossed their path, as if the entire hive had retreated into hiding. Ethan allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. In their current state, these bees were no threat at all, just bruised egos wavering in the shadows of the Dark Crow's wings. With every step, the forest grew less hostile, and faint signs of elven passage began to appear among the roots and fallen leaves. Ethan and the Dark Crow pressed onward, unchallenged, toward whatever lay beyond the next thicket. Ethan led the way back along the same path they'd come, his boots crunching over familiar undergrowth. When they passed the clearing where he and his squad had fought that trio of bandits, almost every trace of battle was gone, save for a few stubborn stains of blood darkening the earth. A few hundred yards farther on, they reached the Super Bat Cave. Ethan paused at the mouth of the cavern and methodically transferred every item he'd stashed inside onto his storage belt. What he'd intended as a quick scouting mission had unexpectedly stretched into several days, thanks to the bounty they'd uncovered. This stretch of forest lay on the border between the outskirts and the inner woods, where elven patrols were few and their skill levels low, hardly a match for a Dark Crow operative. Even elves would have given up exploring this deep within the forest after a day or two, Ethan thought. He scanned the ground outside the cave's entrance. Though no footprints led into the cavern itself, he counted 3 or 4 distinct sets of elven tracks skirting the perimeter. The implication was clear. The cave's resident superbats were formidable enough to deter any attempt at raiding. Had the elves dared to enter, the piles of stored tree fruits inside would have vanished long ago. Satisfied that his supplies and his secret base remained undisturbed, Ethan slung his pack over one shoulder and set off deeper into the woods, ready for whatever lay ahead. Although the wild fruits and meager chicken ribs did little to restore Ethan's strength, they were better than going hungry. He knew, however, that it was only a matter of days before the hesitant elves mustered the courage to explore the depths of the cave. Soon enough, this place would no longer belong to him. Another party of elves would claim it for their own, settling in, organizing their quarters, and abandoning the ultrasonic bat cave without a backward glance. To Ethan and his companion Dark Crow, this cave was just a brief stop on their journey, unlikely to leave a lasting impression or stir any nostalgia. In the same way, the so-called Trial Island had been nothing more than a waypoint, perhaps one of some significance, but by no means their ultimate destination. After all, the Rocket Corps had managed to transport countless children to that island without detouring through the spirit realm to conduct a formal trial. That alone proved the island's purpose ran deeper than a mere test of courage. And though the elves dwelling there might not rank among the most powerful, their qualifications still surpassed those of elves in the outside world. Ethan knelt on a windswept bluff, surveying the strange island before him. In the wilds beyond his home, elves of green rank appear only once in 10,000, yet here, among the towering needle-bee-high Vez, he'd already crossed paths with 2 of them. Even more surprising, yellow and orange tier sprites flitted about in uncommon numbers. Clearly, this was no ordinary outpost, but one of the rocket's hidden isles, brimming with creatures normally reserved for the realm's deepest mysteries. Whatever truths lay hidden on this island, Ethan knew he wasn't meant to uncover them, at least not yet. In his past life, even after reaching the formidable strength of a quasi-Sky King, he'd been barred from these secrets. Memories of those limitations tugged at him like distant echoes, drawing his thoughts far away from the present. The sun dipped low on the horizon, reminding him that night would soon swallow the land. Before darkness fully claimed the sky, Ethan and his silent companion, the Dark Crow, slipped back toward the rocket base. From the crossroads ahead, the compound loomed like a colossal maw, cold stone walls and iron gates gaping wide to devour any who dared enter. Without hesitation, Ethan adjusted the unicorn egg strapped to his back, heart steady and senses sharp. Then, as if woven from the night itself, he melted into the shadows and vanished. Chapter 24. Advent Exchange. Ethan strode through the base's long, arching entrance and paused as the courtyard yawned before him. At first glance, nothing seemed to have changed since he'd left. The same battered walls, the same scattered tents, only the crowd had thinned, leaving the open space uncomfortably silent. No doubt many of his comrades were still out on patrol. Tomorrow's trial loomed, and few would risk an early return. If it weren't for the precious elven egg secured to his pack, Ethan might have delayed coming back himself. Compared to life in the wild, the base offered undeniable comforts: warmth, shelter, safety. Yet an invisible tension threaded through every corridor and tent flap, a silent, lethal miasma that preyed on the mind. The longer a person stayed, the more restless they became. Tempers snapped. Some even talked of outright violence, driven mad by the constant pressure. Ethan shook off the thought and moved deeper inside, making no attempt to slip in unseen. In a secluded corner, an elf trainer was drilling his ward with swift, precise commands. The moment he caught sight of Ethan, his face lit up, relief and excitement flickering across his features. He called a halt to the exercise, scooped his elf onto its shoulder, and hurried toward the central square as if he could barely contain himself. From a nearby vantage point, Yu Guang, lieutenant to Ao Qingmu, observed the reunion with mild interest. A small man by nature, Yu Guang tended to lean on others' strength when the going got tough. He shrugged and turned back to his paperwork, confident that whatever drama lay ahead would unfold without his involvement. Ethan strode purposefully across the compound toward the exchange office. At every turn, pairs of trainers paused to stare. Whispers followed in his wake, their expressions a blend of suspicion, envy, and curiosity. He ignored them and kept walking. Arriving at the gated entrance to the special trainer's quarters, Ethan pushed open the heavy doors and stepped into a grand hall much larger than the other lodges on the base. There, at its center, reclined Guga, champion of the first test, lounging in an ornate chair. With one hand he stroked the sleek scales of his enormous Aba snake, a slow, mocking smile curving his lips. 8 junior trainers knelt in a semicircle around the serpent's coils, each clutching his elf partner protectively. None dared to lift their eyes to their master. The air was thick with tension. Suddenly, the double doors burst open and a breathless attendant came rushing in. He skidded to a halt before Guga and gasped, "Master Guga, he's here. The boy who finished second has returned." Guga's faint smirk sharpened into a grin. He sat up, eyes glittering. "Is that so? Send him in." Ethan squared his shoulders, met Guga's gaze without flinching, and stepped fully into the hall. Whatever lay ahead, he was ready. Ethan's eyes went cold as he fixed the messenger with a piercing glare. The faint hum of tension that had once been nothing more than background noise now screamed of danger. He could almost taste the promise of death in the air. At his feet, Abo, the inky black serpent, uncoiled itself with a low hiss. Its tongue flicked in and out, and a steely light gleamed in its narrow eyes. The messenger froze, his skin prickling as if 1,000 blades had been pressed to his throat. His hair stood on end, and he swallowed so hard it sounded like a crack. "Yes, Lord Ethan," he stammered, bowing until his forehead grazed the polished floor. Slowly, Ethan leaned back against the high-backed chair. Abo relaxed, winding itself into a neat coil, but the chill in the room only deepened, an invisible reminder of his wrath. He let out a soft, mirthless laugh. "So it really is him," he said, voice low. "After all that time outside, he manages to come back in one piece. Ha! Interesting." 8 lieutenants knelt before him, faces tense and unreadable. Then one figure rose, a sturdy youth of 17 or so, with broad shoulders and a steady gaze. He bowed once, then straightened. "Ye lord, the head of the Gujia clan is nothing more than a second-rate pretender. Allow me to fetch him personally. He'll stand before you shortly." Ethan inclining his head was the only reply needed. The lithe form of the boy lieutenant slipped from the chamber like a shadow, leaving only the echo of his departure, an unspoken promise that the next time Ethan looked up, he would have the man he'd been waiting for. Stone was about to turn and comply, but Guga's hand shot out and gripped his wrist. "Not necessary, Stone. I want to see how he performs tomorrow," Guga said, a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Understood." The burly young man nicknamed Stone released a long, reluctant sigh, and dropped back onto the bench. In truth, he was relieved. He had no desire to run errands for Guga. Beneath that thick, hulking frame lay a sharp mind. Ever since Ethan's departure, Guga had been hard at work, consolidating his forces at the base. Raw strength was undoubtedly vital in this brutal world, but there was something even more important: ruthlessness. You didn't just overpower your foes, you annihilated their best fighters, then displayed the corpses as a warning. That savage spectacle sent a clear message that the Abersnakes would swallow any challenger whole. Word of Guga's ferocity and power spread quickly, attracting every fighter seeking protection and a piece of the spoils. In a place where only 50 could ultimately survive, the weak were always the first to be picked off. Sooner or later, Stone knew, they would all learn just how merciless Guga could be. Ethan pressed his back against the rough stone wall, breathing slowly to calm the storm in his chest. Around him, the air pulsed with tension as survivors of the island's trial huddled together, each wearing the same haunted look. They'd been taken here, most of them ordinary civilians with nothing left to lose, and thrown into a crucible designed to cull the weak and elevate the strong. The island's masters, the so-called Rockets, didn't waste effort on charity. They offered only one path to survival: pledge yourself to those more powerful than you and serve at their side. In return, these patrons would protect you, feed you, even spare your life when each day threatened to swallow you whole. It was a grim bargain, but it was by design. The trial existed to siphon raw talent into the Rockets' ranks. Those who endured would be plucked from obscurity and groomed for leadership, positioned high in the organization's future hierarchy. To the uninitiated, this place felt like a purgatory, a wasteland of fear and desperation. But to the ambitious, it was nothing less than a ladder to real power. Any survivor who proved resourceful and strong enough stood a chance to become a full-fledged trainer, commanding respect and influence. For well-born members of the Alliance, this was simply another avenue for advancement, an extreme one, but manageable. For someone like Ethan, born poor and with no family to fall back on, it was the only chance he'd ever get. As the sun dipped below the jagged horizon, Ethan squared his shoulders. He knew what he had to do: find a patron, prove his worth, and survive. I've lived in the slums since childhood, scrounging for scraps in dumpsters, so when I first arrived on the island, I was gaunt and underfed. But then there are people like Guga, kids born with every advantage who volunteered for this trial simply to sharpen themselves, to gild their already polished reputations. Guga's older brother is a captain in the Rocket Corps, a true standout from the Trial Island Challenge, so Guga never doubted his own talent. The moment his brother mentioned this trial, he pulled some strings to get Guga in as a tester. Even during the blind box operation, he patiently bided his time, waiting for a clash with the most promising challenger, Ethan. From its earliest, undeveloped stage, Guga had been the chosen handler of his family's signature summon, the Abyssal Beast. He'd spent years cultivating its abyss serpents, and was convinced his serpent had already reached its peak for this tier. Everything had gone off without a hitch, carrying him straight to this very moment. Perhaps it was his brother's relentless drive rubbing off on him, but Guga had a moody, unpredictable edge about him, just the sort of temperament you'd expect from someone born to greatness. After demonstrating her ruthless methods, Guga had rallied a band of followers to her side, securing extra resources and sharpening her personal squad of elves. Who would survive the final trial and who would be cast aside was determined entirely by her whim. Seated in the front row, Guga sank deep into the broad chair and surveyed the assembled candidates with an icy glare. Those who could fend for themselves were exactly the sort she intended to recruit into her own Rocket Corps unit. Ambitious to the core, Guga refused to be a mere expendable asset in someone else's team. If she was going to play this game, she would do so on her own terms. Her smallest goal was to outshine her brother, and the first step toward that was to secure a cadet commission in the Rocket Corps. Once she held that rank, she would truly penetrate the upper echelons of the organization, and with her talent, there would be no ceiling on what she could achieve. The very thought of her future path set her pulse racing. She licked her lips unconsciously and let a cold smile curve her mouth. Meanwhile, Ethan stumbled into the currency exchange completely clueless about the forces at play, and even if he'd known, he wouldn't have understood a thing. Ethan's resolve was simple. He needed to grow stronger. In his last life, he'd been too powerless to pry into Guga's true identity, and even if he discovered it now, he knew he wouldn't be swayed. Confident in his own edge, he activated his chip ahead of time, determined not to fall behind anyone. He carefully untied the cloth bindings around the elf egg. The exchanger's eyes went wide as Ethan gently laid the unicorn's egg on the counter. He had made up his mind. This fairy egg would be exchanged for points. On paper, a newly hatched elf was no weakling, and since his insect system worm matured at lightning speed, it could have become a formidable ally. Yet Ethan still passed. An elf egg offered no guarantee on hatching time. If it didn't break open until after the trial ended, it would be utterly useless. Even in the best-case scenario, if it hatched in the trial's final days, he'd only be allowed to deploy a single elf in the climactic battle. That limitation made the egg far less appealing than more reliable rewards. So he signed off on the transaction, resolved to invest his points where they would do him the most good. Ethan had once thought of the sting bee as more than just a minion. He'd poured precious resources into training it, only to find it had become more of a burden than a boon. Worse still, its lifespan was painfully short. By the time he'd succeeded in cultivating it into a reliable combat asset, the bee's body was already deteriorating from age, and it ultimately regressed into an ordinary bee elf. Then there was the rumor of the big needle bee's secret super evolution, an evolution so rare that not even the Alliance knew it existed. Super evolution stones weren't items you could come across by chance, and even if you did score one, what were the odds it would be the exact stone the big needle bee needed? Given all that, Ethan decided it made more sense to exchange the stones immediately for points. Those points could be redeemed right away for the resources he actually needed, most importantly, to train his dark ravens. He laid the stones on the counter, ignoring the clerk's look of surprise, and said, "I'd like to redeem these for points." Chapter 25, Redeeming the Elven Egg. "Are you absolutely sure?" the exchange clerk asked, arching an eyebrow as he glanced at Ethan with a mix of skepticism and amusement. Ethan simply nodded. He understood the clerk's doubt. Elven eggs scarcely appeared in the wild, and yet almost no one bothered to bring them in for point redemption. Trainers preferred to leave the eggs behind rather than risk the unknown. After all, an elf that hatched under your care could become a steadfast partner, bound by years of shared experiences. But wild eggs offered no guarantees. You couldn't assess an elf's aptitude until it emerged from its shell. Deep within the Puppet Alliance's research labs, scientists had already developed compact scanners capable of gauging an elf's inherent talent. The devices were marvels of precision, but exorbitantly expensive. Only the wealthiest trainers could afford them. And even then, those machines required precious reagents to operate, making routine checks a luxury few could justify. As for aptitude analyzers that worked on eggs still incubating, that technology remained unwieldy. The machines were bulky, resource-hungry, and far from portable. No field trainer would haul one into the wilderness. So most people who stumbled across an elven egg simply abandoned it, or turned it in at the exchange for a handful of points, sight unseen. Ethan's determination to take that risk, to gamble on whatever lay hidden inside, was exactly what the clerk found so puzzling. Ethan didn't flinch. He'd made his choice. "Very well," the clerk said, sliding an ornate glass vial across the counter. "Deposit the egg here. We'll begin processing immediately. But fair warning, once you hand it over, there's no turning back." Ethan placed the delicate shell into the vial's soft, cushioned cradle and sealed the lid. The faint glow of arcane runes along the rim pulsed to life, indicating the procedure had begun. As the clerk recorded the egg's serial number in his ledger, Ethan allowed himself a small, hopeful smile. He didn't know what kind of elf awaited him, but he was ready to find out. It was a risk few would take, and exactly the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Ethan stood before the redemption clerk, cradling the dusty elven egg in his hands. Around him, the chamber thrummed with quiet activity, other trainees trading in their creature tokens, staff logging each exchange, the hum of magic instruments calibrating for the next scan. Still, everyone who glanced at Ethan and his unremarkable egg shot him skeptical looks. No one bothers to test an elven egg unless they're sure the parents were talented, the clerk said, tapping his ledger with a bored expression. Even then, few can detect anything beyond a basic aptitude. A yellow-grade elf is hard enough to find. A green grade? Practically a legend. Ethan squared his shoulders. He'd spent weeks deciphering the faint runic traces around the shell, and his readings had left him confident. This egg was green grade. If true, it was worth far more than the standard 100 points needed to scan a junior-quality egg. It would be a discovery for the ages. Even the Viper instructor at the base would sit up and take notice. When Ethan finally spoke, his voice was steady. "I'd like to use this egg for a qualification scan." The clerk's eyebrows shot up. "Do you even know what that costs? A scan alone is 100 points. You must have enough credit in your account to cover it. Otherwise, there's no point in testing." Ethan's heart sank. He'd assumed the egg itself could stand in for the points, but the rocket squadron had never operated on credit. He forced a nod, though inside he felt his chances slipping away. Without the points, he couldn't prove the egg's true potential, and whoever did would claim all the glory for themselves. Ethan took a steadying breath. "I'll cover the cost at the red tier, plus whatever egg points are needed." The redemption officer nodded and fell silent, though she still seemed puzzled by the boy's resolve. As she reminded him, no elf egg can be redeemed unless it meets at least the red qualification, or unless you possess a full 100 points. Otherwise, the opportunity is lost forever. She turned back to her workstation and reviewed the grading system aloud, perhaps more for her own clarity than for Ethan's benefit. In the elven world, every egg is classified into one of 5 levels: unqualified, junior, intermediate, advanced, and top. These levels correspond to the colors red, orange, yellow, and green, with any shade beyond green automatically considered top tier. Carefully, she slid Ethan's egg into the slot of the testing instrument and snapped the transparent cap shut. Reaching for the next test tube, she drew out the pale blue reagent that lab scientists had formulated especially for this analysis. Because the reagent's production is so costly, each individual test carries a hefty price tag. With a steady hand, she poured the liquid into the machine's nozzle and prepared to begin. Ethan pressed the start button, and the entire machine buzzed to life with a resonant thud. A row of indicator lights flickered on. First, the red light for unqualified. That initial red glow was expected for any elf egg, since the minimum qualification threshold for elves is set at red. Almost before he could blink, the next light in the sequence ignited. Orange. Primary level qualification. One of the exchange staff members let out a small, pleased chuckle. "Well, aren't we lucky? Primary level, no testing fee for this one." Ethan merely shrugged. A primary result was hardly worth celebrating, so he let the test continue. The orange light brightened, bathing the scanner in a warm glow. Then, about 10 seconds later, a third light, the green indicator for intermediate, flashed on. The expressions around him shifted instantly. They'd assumed he was clueless about elf eggs, hoping merely to pass the basic threshold. No one expected an intermediate-level result. At that tier, redemption costs start at 1,000 points, far beyond what most traders ever see. Ethan's score surged past 1,000 points, a lead he'd held from the very start of the trial. Unlike many competitors who'd lined up trainers behind the scenes, he'd relied entirely on his own skills and wits to edge ahead. A soft, candle-like glow flickered around him, growing steadily brighter as the detection scanner continued its assessment. The official monitoring the readout murmured under his breath. Intermediate qualification, low. Intermediate qualification, standard. Intermediate qualification, high. 30 seconds passed, and at last the machine confirmed Ethan had reached the peak of the intermediate tier. Then, without warning, the light shifted once more, this time heralding a breakthrough. Senior qualification. "He's actually reached senior qualification," the official exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth in astonishment. He'd worked at Rocket Exchange for years and knew exactly what a senior qualification elf egg was worth. The point thresholds were measured in tens of thousands, totals no contender in his memory had ever approached. And yet here was Ethan, shattering every expectation. Chapter 7. The Elf Egg. Ethan placed the small, iridescent orb on the polished counter of the rocket's exchange office and spoke quietly, "I'd like to redeem this high-tier credential, an elf egg." The clerk's pen froze midair. "An elf egg?" she stammered, eyes widening. "That's worth far more than a fully matured wild elf. Once this hits the official exchange system, every captain rank member in Rockets will swarm to claim it. Even our senior officers would lose their composure." Ethan frowned. She had no idea how close she'd come to jeopardizing him. If word spread that he'd just banked over 10,000 points in one transaction, the other contestants would band together to take him down, then split his haul, and anyone chasing the top spot would see Ethan's huge lead as their biggest threat. Realizing her outburst, the clerk glanced around the empty hall. Thankfully, it was late. No other customers were pre-sale. If anyone had overheard, they'd have descended on Ethan immediately. When her eyes met his again, her features blended awe, fear, and a flash of greed she couldn't quite hide. Ethan noted it all. He understood better than anyone how seductive 10,000 points could be, and how easily it could turn allies into predators. He slipped the egg's voucher into his pocket with a silent resolve. Here in the quiet of the night, he was vulnerable, but he was determined not to let anyone rob him of what he'd earned. Ethan's heart pounded as the testing machine came to a halt. Technically, he was part of the staff. He shouldn't have been taking the trial at all. But as a secret operative of Team Rocket, he'd insisted on running the test himself. A flicker of greed passed through his eyes as he watched the indicator lights. Suddenly, the lamps denoting high-level qualification shone just as brightly as the standard lights. On the display screen, bold letters appeared. Senior Intermediate Qualification Unicorn. Ethan let out a small, triumphant smile. "Excuse me, Senior Intermediate candidate," called the exchange officer. "I don't have clearance to issue your certificate. Please wait here a moment." He snapped to attention, then hurried off through a concealed door behind the counter. Ethan nodded and stepped back from the terminal. Moments later, the hidden panel slid open again. The officer, head bowed in respect, held the heavy door ajar to admit a newcomer. Through the shadowed entrance emerged a tall man draped in a black robe. He moved with calm, measured steps, exuding a quiet yet undeniable authority that made everyone in the room straighten in his presence. Ethan's pulse raced. The real judgment was about to begin. Ethan felt a jolt the moment he laid eyes on the mysterious figure draped in a black robe. His crow form, normally relaxed and fluid, snapped rigid, each glossy feather bristling as though he'd spotted a sworn enemy. Memories from past lives and his sharpened senses warned him. This man was terrifyingly powerful. Even at his peak strength, Ethan would stand no chance against him. He recognized the signature aura of a Tianwang-level warlord. The lowest among them still stands at the summit of the Jun Tianwang rank. Only a quasi-king, or someone beyond, could emanate such overwhelming pressure. To think such a formidable being walked the grounds of Purgatory Island. The robed stranger moved forward at a leisurely pace, his gait oddly reminiscent of an old man's measured shuffle. Yet with every step, the oppressive force bearing down on Ethan intensified, pushing at his body and mind, urging him to flee. Instinctively, he clenched his fists so hard that his short nails sank into his palms, and faint rivulets of blood welled up, though he hardly noticed the pain. Ethan clenched his teeth as cold sweat broke out across his brow. He knew there was no point in running. He simply didn't have the strength to escape someone like this. A wave of dread washed over him, as if an invisible knife were slicing him from within. Beside him, Darkcrow's wings fluttered feebly. The creature hit the ground with a thud, lowering itself into an attack stance, but it wouldn't strike. Every fiber of its battle-hound instinct told it that any offensive move now would mean certain death. Besides, Ethan hadn't given an order. Darkcrow would never act on its own against his will. Footsteps echoed on the floor ahead. With each step, the pressure in Ethan's chest mounted until his legs shook uncontrollably. Even his toughest resolve couldn't stave off the animal panic rising in him. The stranger stopped at the counter. Ethan barely dared to breathe under the man's icy stare. Then the man's hoarse voice cut through the tension. "Not bad," he said, his tone edged with grudging respect. "Keeping your wits under that kind of pressure is no small feat." Almost instantly, the oppressive force vanished. Ethan felt the world shift back into place, his legs going weak beneath him. He sank to one knee, gasping for air. What a terrifying presence. He must be at least rocket cadre level, or higher, Ethan thought, heart pounding. I never imagined that a simple trade for a green-grade elf egg would introduce me to someone so influential. Even in my previous life as Ethan, cadre-level officials always seemed like untouchable giants. Yet here I was, standing in their presence, real proof that sometimes the smallest choices can change everything. Chapter 26, Shadow. The mysterious man stared at the elf egg resting on the testing apparatus, the indicator light for senior qualification flickering softly. His voice was calm and unreadable as he asked, "Where did you acquire this elf egg?" The messenger's tone carried no doubt. "Master, it was found in the nest of a giant needle wasp. It appears to be the heir of the wasp queen. My men insisted we offer it to you as a tribute." Though he grudged parting with the prize, the messenger dared not refuse. The man in black nodded, clearly pleased by Ethan's connections. He waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. "I'm not one to take advantage of a minor wasp chieftain," he said, "but this unicorn elf egg is valued at about 18,000 points. I'll credit you 20,000 points from my own account." The points clerk standing nearby bowed deeply. "Yes, sir." Ethan remained silent, head bowed in deference. In the presence of such a formidable figure, he knew better than to speak up. "If you intend to snatch this elven egg by force, you will do it with both hands," the stranger warned, his voice as cold as steel. "Anything less, and to me, ending you would be no more significant than crushing an ant." A wave of helplessness crashed over Ethan, as if a razor-sharp blade had been driven into his chest and an invisible hand was choking off his breath. This was the sorrow of the weak. Only the strong had the right to speak. Never before had he felt so small. His secret pride, long nurtured by dreams of power, was ripped away and exposed to the merciless light. Since his rebirth, Ethan had believed he held a head start on everyone else, certain that greatness lay within his grasp. Yet here, in the presence of true might, he discovered how fragile he really was. The stranger's gaze bored into him for a long, silent moment. Then, in the same deceptively calm tone, he said, "You're intriguing. Tell me, would you do me a favor?" Ethan's heart skipped a beat. His serpent instructor, never one to lavish praise, had just commended him. Even among the elite, such words were rare. To hear them twice in one day was unheard of. Forcing himself to remain composed, Ethan swallowed hard and buried his excitement. "It's my honor to serve you, sir," he said, voice steady. The instructor nodded once, placed a small black medal on the counter, and commanded, "See me again when your test is over." Ethan bowed deeply. "Yes, sir." He dared a quick glance at the medal before lowering his eyes again. The moment he saw the sleek obsidian surface gleam under the lantern light, his pupils narrowed instinctively. He tucked the medal into his palm, head bowed respectfully as the mysterious man stepped through a hidden door and slipped away. Behind him, the other exchange officers watched in a mix of envy and admiration. No one worried about the unicorn elf egg. It would find its way to the instructor by other channels. The operator on duty exhaled loudly, wiping sweat from his brow. Ethan let out a breath he'd been holding and finally straightened, still clutching the medal. Surrounded by curious gazes, he lifted it for a better look. The black surface seemed to swallow the light, and Ethan realized with a thrill it marked him for something far greater than any ordinary trial. The medal in my hand was unlike any I'd ever seen. Its cloud-like form seemed to swallow every sound around it, leaving only a profound silence. This was the Hyun medal, the mark of Shadow, the rocket organization's most covert strike force. Shadow answered to no one but Sakagi, the supreme leader. Awarding this medal was a privilege shared only by 3 people: Sakagi himself, the Shadow team leader, and the 2 deputy team leaders. All 3 were Tianwang-class powerhouses, each capable of selecting new operatives purely by their own judgment. No tests, no background checks, no other requirements. Although the badge I'd been handed identified me only as a reserve member, its meaning was unmistakable. Complete any mission the medal's bearer assigns, and I would earn full induction into Shadow. Because Shadow reported directly to Sakagi, it functioned like his personal faction within the Rockets. Every time I succeeded at a task above my current rank, I would automatically advance to the next level. Clutching the Heian medal, I felt the weight of expectation settle on my shoulders, and with it, the promise of power few could ever imagine. Shadow Group soldiers rank above ordinary rocket troops, on the same level as a rocket's captain. Stories of the legendary Rocket Shadow Group had always been nothing more than rumors to Ethan. He never imagined he'd actually meet one of them today. Why me? He wondered, frowning. Is it really just because of that elf egg? I've given a medal to the reserve squad, yes, but with my current strength, I shouldn't even be on their radar. And as far as they know, I'm only here on a trial basis. If it weren't for my memories from a past life, I wouldn't even grasp what this medal signifies. Pushing aside his doubts, Ethan adopted a puzzled look and asked politely, "Excuse me, what exactly is this medal for?" The exchange officer offered the same courteous smile he'd worn since Ethan arrived. "I'm sorry, but I can't explain that to you now. The officer in charge will fill you in later." Ethan clicked his tongue in mild frustration but didn't press the issue. He tucked the medal into his storage pouch, careful to keep it as cool as possible. Ethan shook off the lingering thrill of his recent experience and refocused on the reason he'd come here in the first place. He'd just redeemed a unicorn's elven egg for 20,000 points, far more than he'd ever dreamed of accumulating. 20,000 points could buy countless powerful treasures, and apart from a handful of island elites, few could match his cash. But points alone were useless unless converted into real power. He flipped open the points redemption manual, skipped past the trinkets and mundane fare, and scrolled straight to the skill CD section. He already had a clear plan for the next upgrades his Dark Crow needed. First priority, speed. With the blessing of the wind in effect, he could maximize the crow's swiftness. Second, offensive capability. As a sinister winged spirit, the crow excelled with flight system skills. Its aerial assaults had proven devastating against swarming insect hordes. Those lessons meant he could rapidly bolster its damage output. That left the original dark arts the crow had mastered. Lately, those spells felt clumsy and outdated, more a liability than an asset. Ethan tapped the screen decisively. It was time to replace them with a new repertoire tailored to unleash the crow's full potential. From the beginning, Dark Crow's greatest strength has always been tied to its evil system, yet its most powerful evil abilities remain locked until it reaches a certain level. To maximize Dark Crow's destructive potential, Ethan decides to slot in several evil system skills as soon as he can. Despite Dark Crow's blistering speed, there are still elves who can match, or even outpace it. In Ethan's recent one-on-one clash with the Needle Bee Chief, this became painfully clear. Dark Crow's physical body is its weakest link, a racial flaw no amount of training can fully erase. Against an elf equal in speed and armed with superior attack power, Dark Crow could be taken down in a single blow. Even when no such foe appears, its imposing form makes it a prime target in group battles, drawing concentrated fire. With these vulnerabilities in mind, Ethan places life-saving skills at the very top of his priority list. At the same time, he knows Dark Crow's hidden traits, its stealthy nature and mischievous spirit, give it a crucial edge. It can often unleash transformation-type moves first, catching enemies completely off guard. Ethan's heart raced as he stared at the sealed silver-white box in his hand. He'd uncovered it following the treasure map's clues, and inside lay a skill CD. He suspected it was a common-grade ability, but beyond that, he knew nothing. He set the box on the exchange clerk's counter. The clerk, whose earlier brusqueness had melted away into polite curiosity, raised an eyebrow. "Let me scan it and see what you've got." The clerk peeled back the lid, revealing the CD. His eyes widened. Well, he murmured, "you really are lucky." With practiced fingers, he slid the disc into the skill analysis terminal. Moments later, the screen lit up. Skill name, harsh sound. Type, general skill effect. Unleashes an ear-splitting cry that significantly lowers an enemy's defense by overwhelming their senses. Ethan exhaled sharply, a grin spreading across his face. He'd been hoping for something game-changing, and this fit the bill perfectly. Luck, it seemed, was on his side once more. This skill isn't even guarded, yet it's every bit as rare and valuable as the protected ones, and it's absolutely perfect for a Dark Crow. Dark Crows are elves bred for blinding speed and devastating power, Living assassins, really. One strike can fell an enemy, and then they vanish before anyone knows what hit them. What makes them truly fearsome is their ability to shred defenses. Imagine a chaotic team fight. A dark crow lets out a bone-chilling screech that slashes 2 tiers off an opponent's armor, then follows up in the same heartbeat with lightning-fast, high-damage blows. That is pure dark crow style. I've even considered tweaking some of their other moves to give them an extra edge in battle. Today, that shriek attack saved Ethan a bundle of attribute points. No wonder the exchange clerks went quiet and then whispered to each other the second they saw its cooldown and effect. They knew how lucky he was. As an exchange specialist, I set the price only just below what a guarded skill would go for. I smiled at Ethan, certain that once the trade was finalized, his Dark Crow build would jump at least 2 tiers in combat strength. Chapter 27, Exchanging Skills. I turned my attention back to the redemption book, determined to pick out the 2 skills I needed. I'd like to redeem these, I told the attendant, tapping the entries in the book. The pages displayed: Skill, Hold Attribute, General. Type, Transformation. Power, 0. Description, generates a protective barrier around the user's body, completely blocking incoming attacks for up to 10 minutes. Cannot be used again until fully recharged. Cost, 5,000 points. Skill, Stand-in. Attribute, General. Type, Transformation. Power, 0. Description, sacrifices a portion of the user's health to create an identical clone that intercepts one attack on the user's behalf. Cost, 4,000 points. Together, they cost 9,000 points, an enormous sum. Only by sheer luck had I obtained that rare green-eligible elf egg during the trial, or else I wouldn't have had nearly enough points to claim even the hold skill, let alone both. The redemption clerk's eyebrows shot up as he rang up the total. They must have wondered why anyone would spend so extravagantly. I kept my expression neutral, though inside I praised myself for getting that elf egg. "Thank you," I said quietly, handing over my voucher. As the page turned to confirm my new abilities, I already began planning how best to put Hold and Stand-in to use in the challenges ahead. I slid open the safe and withdrew a pair of slim, white-glowing skill discs, handing them over to Ethan with care. He examined them coolly. After all, to him they were just point values, numbers waiting to be converted into real power. I, on the other hand, knew that points meant nothing unless they translated directly into combat strength. Ethan didn't hesitate. He slotted the first disc into his console to unlock Hold, then the second for double. Instantly, the Dark Crow's survivability leapt by 2 ranks, and with its already blistering speed, it could face nearly any foe short of a true powerhouse. Ethan still had 11,000 points remaining, so he flipped past the General Skills section straight to the red-tinted Evil Skills tab. Without a second thought, he spent 3,000 points to redeem Evil Wave. As a signature offensive ability of the Evil system, Evil Wave boasted solid damage and pinpoint accuracy, another formidable edge for the Dark Crow's growing arsenal. Ethan reviewed the new skill's stats. Its collateral effect was excellent. There was even a solid chance it would force an opponent into a cowering state. He still had 8,000 skill points left, and without hesitation, he decided to spend them immediately. By exchanging 3 abilities at once, and combining that with the piercing technique's upgraded cooldown, his Dark Crow companion would learn 4 skills in one go. He could have swapped for more, but Ethan reminded himself not to bite off more than he could chew. The piercing skill alone had taken considerable effort to master. Adding too many new talents at once would only dilute their effectiveness. It was far more important now to refine what they already knew and achieve true control over those 4 abilities. Switch my training gear to an adjustable weight apparatus, up to 50 pounds, Ethan instructed. Until now, the Dark Crow had been lifting crude wooden blocks as makeshift weights. That worked in a pinch, but finding heavier wood to push its limits was next to impossible. A purpose-built device would solve that, and ensure the crow's flight strength improved by leaps and bounds. Ethan scanned the display as he made his way down the aisles of the Simply Rocket research outpost. The team's breakthrough weight control device, a training tool that lets users adjust the load they bear, up to 50 pounds, had finally moved out of the lab and onto the market. At just 200 points apiece, it was an affordable addition to any athlete's regimen or adventurer's pack. He tapped the purchase button and watched the device drop neatly into his inventory belt. Then, on impulse, he traded another 500 points for 10 glowing super balls, 50 points each. Ethan didn't plan to use them to conquer the island's other elves, at least not in a traditional sense, but after his mysterious conversation earlier today, he felt a sudden urge to begin their training himself. His mind drifted back to the final trial looming tomorrow. On paper, it looked almost too easy, a straightforward challenge that most competitors, aside from Guga and 2 or 3 others, would find little trouble overcoming. The rest were as unthreatening as a field of crickets. Yet Ethan knew better than to underestimate any test, and he still needed to fulfill a few extra tasks the enigmatic stranger had mentioned before the final competition. Clipping the new weight device to his belt, Ethan took a deep breath. He had 10 super balls for explosive practice, a cutting-edge load trainer at his side, and a handful of secret objectives to complete. Tomorrow's trial might be manageable, but with every advantage he could muster, Ethan was determined to be the one who walked away victorious. Ethan paused at the edge of the exchange hall, running over his plan. He needed more Pokémon under his command, and better ones at that. Grabbing 10 Ultra Balls from the shelf, he slid his trainer ID card into the redemption terminal. 1 swipe, 2, until all 10 were loaded and 7,200 points remained on his card. He'd spent 12,700 points in total. The last 100 were held back for the egg detector service. With his purchases complete, Ethan wandered into a quiet alcove. A single machine stood there, humming softly under the fluorescent lights. The Move Transfer Station. In this world, it was one of the most cutting-edge pieces of technology, so advanced that you could insert a TM disc and have its techniques downloaded straight into a Pokémon's mind. Usage was free, but for now, Ethan resisted the urge to learn new moves. Instead, he reached into his pack, withdrew one of the freshly redeemed Ultra Balls, and gently pried open the ordinary Pokéball holding his partner, Dark Crow. Swapping them out, he admired the new ball's sleek black and gold shell. He closed it, then tucked it safely into his bag. That small upgrade mattered more than it might seem. Inside a standard Pokéball, space was cramped, a single shoebox. But inside an Ultra Ball, rumors claimed, the interior stretched on like a vast estate. From a stuffy studio apartment to a sprawling mansion, that extra breathing room would keep Dark Crow sharp and rested between battles. Ethan gave a final nod to the silent machine. Moves could wait. For now, he had the tools he needed to expand his team and a clear path forward. Ethan stepped into the Elf Exchange office just as dusk settled across the city. Though Dark Crow rarely stayed in paid lodgings, he decided money was no object to rent the best room available, even if the bird wouldn't need it that often. Slipping Dark Crow back into the brand-new Super Ball, Ethan placed it in the training cradle and pulled 4 skill discs from his storage pack. With the office empty, except for himself and a lone clerk, it was the perfect time to teach. If anyone caught him loading all 4 discs at once, they'd surely call him wasteful. But those discs weren't squandered on an ordinary elf. Dark Crow's mid-tier potential meant it would absorb every technique in no time. One by one, Ethan slotted each disc into the console. A progress bar counted down exactly 60 seconds, after which the disc reverted to a blank CD, its power fully transferred. 4 minutes later, the final upload complete blinked off the screen. Ethan removed the Super Ball, pressed the release button, and heard a sharp caw as Dark Crow burst free. The midnight blue feathers ruffled, the wings stretched, and with a powerful flap, Dark Crow launched itself into the open air. The Super Ball had been roomy, a welcome upgrade, but nothing compared to the thrill of flight under the evening sky. For Ethan, this was only the beginning of Dark Crow's rise. Ethan smiled as he gently stroked the Dark Crow's glossy feathers. "So, you really learned it?" he asked softly, even though, he couldn't believe it. The crow croaked twice and bobbed its head in an emphatic nod. A thrill ran up Ethan's spine. Moments ago, that spell had been completely out of reach, yet now it seemed to have taken root in the bird's mind, as if it had always belonged there. "Show me," Ethan said, stepping back with an encouraging grin. The crow's amber eyes gleamed. Instantly, a pale green aura glowed around its body, coalescing into a shimmering shield that wrapped every feather in a soft protective light. After 2 heartbeats, the barrier flickered and dissolved. Ethan's eyes sparkled. "Good," he murmured. "Now learn to hold it." As an elf of a certain rank, Ethan knew the importance of spell retention. Once a caster reached this level, mastering how to sustain life-saving magic that could render you impervious in an instant, became crucial. But when the Dark Crow tried again, nothing happened. The emerald glow refused to form. Confused, the bird let out a frustrated caw and tilted its head, realizing there was more to this skill than mere knowledge. Ethan reached out to ruffle its feathers. "Don't worry, we'll train your focus, and soon you'll be able to call it up whenever you need it." Together, Master and Familiar set themselves to the next step, learning not just to cast magic, but to hold it steady, even under pressure. Ethan held out his hand to the Dark Crow, which hovered, ready to dive once more. He smiled and said, "That technique only refreshes every 10 minutes. Time's up. Let's head back." Obediently, the Dark Crow alighted on his shoulder, and together they slipped out of the exchange office into the quiet of the night. Inside, the clerks watched them go. "Incredible," one whispered. "That kid's got all the luck. He's already been taken under that stranger's wing." What they didn't realize was how much Ethan already knew about this mysterious man's rank and forces. Whether that knowledge would prove a blessing or a curse, he couldn't say. The rocket base's trainer's quarters boasted exactly 300 rooms, each door marked with its own number. Under the moon's pale glow, Ethan and the Dark Crow moved along the long corridor, their shadows stretching out before them. The dormitory layout was impressively orderly, and it took Ethan only a moment to find his assigned room. He reached for the doorknob and paused, glancing back at his feathered companion. The Dark Crow let out a soft caw, and Ethan nodded. Whatever tomorrow held, they would face it together. With that thought, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Ethan pushed open the door to his assigned dormitory room for the first time. Inside, it was surprisingly clean and uncluttered. A single bed, a narrow desk, and a plain wooden chair. It wasn't much by anyone's standards, but after months of sleeping rough, even a thin mattress felt like a godsend. He dropped his pack by the door and sank onto the bed, letting out a contented groan as the springs gave way beneath him. Perched on the edge of the bed frame, Dark Crow, his loyal avian companion, fluttered inside on curious black wings, inspecting every corner of the unfamiliar quarters. Several floors above, in the heart of Rocket Command, 2 men sat facing one another in Chief Instructor Viper's office. The walls were lined with mission reports and tactical maps, but Viper's attention was fixed on the small, polished orb he held in his palm. He tenderly buffed its smooth surface with a silken handkerchief, his gaze soft and almost reverent. "Tell me, Say," he said in a low murmur, "is there any child here who's captured your interest?" His question hung in the air. Across the desk, Say, cloaked in black from head to toe, remained motionless. The man's hood shadowed his face, and he offered no response, as inscrutable as ever. Chapter 28, Test Restart. A tense silence filled the observation chamber as Viper and the shadow operative exchanged glances. Neither man spoke, yet neither doubted the other's authority. Viper, scarred and confident, had long mastered the art of control. His cybernetic chassis responded instantly to his slightest command, and everyone around him fell into line. It was no surprise that he recognized the shifting power balance in an instant. From the shadow operative's earpiece came a low, mechanical hum. Viper's thin-lipped grin deepened. He and this mysterious agent had worked together on countless covert missions for Team Rocket's high-level unit, yet the operative's full identity remained a closely guarded secret. What fascinated Viper now was the operative's awareness of Ethan, an ability so rare it spoke to something extraordinary within the young man. After a moment's hesitation, the shadow operative finally broke his silence. His voice was measured, edged with an unexpected weight. "I sense a darkness in that boy," he said, "and something familiar. It's as though he—" He stopped, unwilling or unable to finish the thought. Viper's smile vanished, replaced by a flicker of unease. Even the ever-calm operative seemed unsettled. Outside the chamber, Ethan's monitor blinked, awaiting the command that would restart his trials, and perhaps unleash a power no one fully understood. Ethan sat in the quiet of his private suite, methodically polishing his prized handgun, the custom Viper. His movements were slow and controlled until the stranger's final words drifted across the room. In an instant, he froze mid-wipe, as if someone had pressed pause on his actions. For a long, silent moment, neither man spoke nor moved. At last, Ethan's fingers trembled, and he resumed polishing, though the slight quiver betrayed just how deeply those words had cut. The stranger fell silent, his expression inscrutable. Several heartbeats passed before Ethan spoke, his voice low and measured. Remarkable, truly unexpected, because this man was no ordinary agent. He was the undisputed leader of Shadow, the clandestine division under the direct command of Sakagi and the Rocket's most secretive power broker. His rank eclipsed even the 3 cadres, the 4 generals, and the 3 beasts. Over 10,000 operatives answered to him alone. Outsiders only ever spoke of the Rocket's 3 famed cadres, the indomitable 4 generals and the berserk 3 beasts, never realizing there lurked an even darker force, a hidden shadow group whose reach and ruthlessness surpassed them all. In a vaulted chamber lit by torchlight, the Viper, the general known for his poisoned blades and the limp he concealed beneath his cloak, cleared his throat. Word is, you acquired a top-tier elf egg from Ethan? His single remaining hand curled into a fist at his side. Across from him sat a figure shrouded in black. Though officially only the Shadow Group's deputy, he answered with calm precision. From inside his flowing robes, he produced a smooth, jade-green orb, the very unicorn egg Ethan had procured with his hard-won points. Indeed, a green-grade unicorn egg. The Viper's fingertip traced the egg's cool surface, and a gentle warmth spread through his palm. A unicorn, he murmured, breath-catching. Its ultimate form is the giant needler bee, exactly what I need for my next transition. The robed man met his gaze without flinching. He'd escaped the 3 Heavenly Kings' onslaught through guile and sacrifice, losing 3 of his most trusted elves in the process. Yet now, with the unicorn egg in hand, the Rocket's clandestine hierarchy stood poised to claim a power greater than any before. Ethan looked over at his injured elves. They've all been hurt to some degree, he said. They'll need time to heal, and until then they can't be deployed. He paused, gauging the Viper's reaction. That's why I've been raising these giant needle bees. Their growth cycle is incredibly fast. Give them a little training, and they can reach quasi-Heavenly King strength. Their lives are short, but they're perfect as a stopgap force. The Viper frowned. Stopgap? So your main elves will be out of action for a long time? Ethan sighed softly. I'm afraid so. The king of the poison system is ruthless. My elves were poisoned from the start. I don't know how long it will take them to recover. This new elven egg only hatched when I first regained consciousness. The Viper's expression softened in understanding. He fell silent and resumed polishing the ornate crystal sphere in his hand. Ethan nodded, and the 2 men sat in thoughtful quiet. Before they realized it, the long night had quietly slipped away. All through last night, neither Ethan nor the Dark Crow paused in their training. From the wide forest clearing where they began to the cramped dorm they now called home, Ethan carried the new weight device and secured it on the Dark Crow himself. With the system turned off, the harness felt nearly as light as a single garment. Sleek and compact, it slipped unnoticed under the bird's glossy feathers, practically invisible unless you inspected it closely. Once the harness snapped into place, Ethan took out a small remote and dialed the resistance up to 10 kilograms, the same standard load the Dark Crow had trained with before. The moment he activated it, the creature felt her body sink under the added weight. Each wing beat demanded more strength than ever. But this new design was a vast improvement over the crude wooden blocks Ethan had lashed to her wings in the past. Instead of concentrating strain on her feathers and joints, the load was now evenly distributed across her entire frame. It was far more comfortable, and every muscle, from wing to talon, would be forced to work harder. That night, under the dim glow of lantern light, Ethan watched as the Dark Crow powered into the sky once more, testing her limits and growing stronger with each labored flap. Ethan gave the harness one last tweak and stepped back to watch Dark Crow test the new gear. It looked sturdier than the old wooden frame, but by how much, he wasn't yet sure. All right, Ethan said, voice calm. We'll start with this weight. Don't push too hard today. Once you've adjusted, we'll add more. Dark Crow, the elf, shifted into a fighting stance, then flapped his wings experimentally. Ethan smiled. From now on, unless you're in the field, keep this on during training. You need to grow accustomed to the extra load. He'd always respected his companion's limits. If Dark Crow decided battle wasn't for him, Ethan would find another elf better suited to the work. But at that moment, Dark Crow let out an eager "Gah, gah," clearly already enjoying the challenge. They ran through a quick set of morning drills together. When they finished, Ethan packed a few energy bars for Dark Crow and grabbed some hardtack for himself. Simple breakfast, but it would hold until lunch. He stepped out into the courtyard just as the sun crested the walls, watching dormitory doors swing open one by one as the other students began to stir. The day was just waking up, and so were they. Ethan emerged from the narrow corridor alongside the others and stepped into the vast central plaza of the base. Today was the 7th day, time for the second test. Nearly everyone who had set out a week ago was back, gathering in clusters beneath the harsh overhead lights. Rocket staff officers arrived in orderly succession, flanked by soldiers who quietly but firmly enforced the perimeter. When this trial began, there had been roughly 150 participants. Now only about 120 remained. The 30 who never returned or who were lost to the wilds were already written off. And on the faces of those who had survived, the bright innocence of day one was gone. In its place was a hard, indifferent mask. A faint glimmer of desperate cruelty lurked behind many eyes, proof of how these trials had forced kindness, beauty, and compassion deep into hiding. The plaza was clearly divided into 4 sections. Nearly half the survivors had drifted to the area where Ethan stood. Here, most people stood alone, Ale, RT, and wary. A few formed tight pairs, scanning the crowd and waiting. To the south, the second largest group clustered more comfortably, leaning against walls or huddling in conversation. All around, the air bristled with tension. None dared to relax before the next test began. Ethan scanned the assembly at the island's center. There stood Guga, someone he recognized, surrounded by a cadre of formidable figures. Their eyes met, and Guga offered him a sly, knowing grin before turning his attention elsewhere. Ethan barely registered it and moved on. To his left lay the western sector, the third largest contingent here. Its leader was a striking woman astride an elf bat, more than twice the size of a normal specimen, a sight that had lodged itself in Ethan's mind the moment he arrived. In the opposite, eastern corner, only 9 people gathered, the smallest faction on Trial Island. Their commander was a young man whose sunny, disarming smile concealed a frigid glint in his eyes. They called him the Smiling Tiger. His 8 lieutenants, all drawn by his charisma and handsomeness, would have been star recruits for the League, had they not chosen this place instead. Because this was the so-called rocket trial, a proving ground notorious for its brutal challenges and alarmingly high mortality rate. And here, only the truly exceptional stood any chance of making it out alive. The square fell silent as the Serpent instructor led his men onto the raised platform at its center. Unlike before, 2 chairs now stood at its summit. On one sat Viper, poisonous and deadly, as his name suggested, while the other was occupied by a man in flowing black robes, his face hidden beneath a deep hood. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. This was the same mysterious figure who had pinned the Shadow Team's reserve badge to his uniform not long ago. He hadn't expected the man to appear at today's gathering. Ethan couldn't tear his eyes away. At some point, the hooded man seemed to sense his gaze. He turned his head slightly, as if to confirm Ethan was watching. Though the shadows concealed every feature, Ethan felt the weight of those unseen eyes upon him, cold and inscrutable. His pulse quickened, and sweat beaded at his temples. After a tense moment, the stranger's attention drifted away, and Ethan let out a slow, steadying breath. Despite all his training, standing before such a formidable master still filled him with awe, and a good measure of apprehension. Muscle memory told him to stand at attention, chest lifted and shoulders back, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 29. Easy 1. Ethan's attention drifted toward the southern quadrant of the Great Plaza, where the second largest contingent had gathered. Their leader, Guga, whom Ethan recognized at once, stood flanked by several formidable-looking operatives. As Ethan's gaze met Guga's, The man offered a sly, knowing smirk before turning his head away. Ethan merely raised an eyebrow and looked on. All around him, contestants shifted, some pacing anxiously, others murmuring in small clusters. Ethan waited patiently for the mysterious overseer to take his seat. Once the cloaked figure settled atop the raised dais, a hush fell over the crowd. Then came the signal. The venom serpent, the official examiner, unfurled his observations, eyes sweeping the assembled field. The serpent paused at each athlete's posture and expression, nodding ever so slightly. Clearly, he was pleased with what he saw. After all, just a week ago, these individuals had been raw recruits, untested and inexperienced. Now they stood here, hardened by the opening trials and the brutal mid-stage challenges. Although attrition had already trimmed the numbers, the serpent paid it no mind. He'd anticipated this cull. What impressed everyone most was the sheer size and quality of this year's cohort. Historically, only 50 candidates could advance to the next round, a record ceiling in itself. In years past, they rarely hit the 50-slot mark. Sometimes the final tally dropped as low as 20. Yet here, after the toughest tests, more than 120 survivors remained in contention. The serpent's approving nod hinted at the chaos to come. With more than twice as many contenders as there were slots, competition would be fiercer than ever. Ethan adjusted his stance, bracing himself for the next decree. The true trial was just beginning. The overseer, known among the candidates as Viper, gave a satisfied nod and pointed to the next recruit. Begin the second test. The exercise that followed was virtually identical to the first, a timed evaluation of raw attack power. Viper made no secret of his disdain for tests that measured only brute force, but as he reminded them, if your strikes can't meet the standard, you simply lack the strength required of our operatives. As the proctors explained the rules, Ethan's heart sank. Yes, this round would mirror the last in format, but with one brutal twist. Whoever ranked dead last at the end of the exercise would be executed on the spot. A ripple of panic swept through the assembly. Kill the lowest scorer, right here? Ethan frowned. Such a rule practically begged schemers to sandbag their performance, hold back until the final moments, just enough to stay clear of last place, then unleash their true power. It was a loophole that could turn the entire trial into a tactical farce. He reminded himself, though, of what they'd been told about the Rockets. No matter how fierce the competition, the Rocket Division could never afford such wholesale slaughter of talent. The briefing had made it clear. If you survived all the challenges and reached the minimum strength threshold, you would be admitted, even if only at the lowest rank of mixed service. You'd have no special privileges or easy assignments, but at least you'd live to serve. The recruits exchanged uneasy glances as Viper raised his hand. Time to begin. Whoever faltered now would not only fail the trial, but pay for it with their life. Since the rule change, anyone hoping to catch a big name's eye has effectively painted a target on their back. Those who cling to the strong, huddle at the base, and pray to survive the final trial have strapped themselves with an unbreakable iron chain. Ignore it, and you'll be wiped out without mercy when the gauntlet closes. In this arena, the weak are lambs on the savannah, and the powerful are lions. When the lion pounces, the slowest lamb is the first meal, so every sheep sprints until it's gasping for breath, desperate never to be the last. Survival of the fittest. Today, the Rockets are the lions stalking the plain, and the testers are he flock. Whoever falls behind doesn't just lose, they become dinner. The din in the central square swelled to a roar, the shrillest panic coming from the frailest voices. Ethan's eyes narrowed under a heavy brow. After crawling free from piles of bodies, the pathetic moans of the weak grated on his nerves worse than any enemy. He lashed out, voice cold and cutting. "Shut up!" Immediately a tense hush rippled through the crowd. "If you don't want to go through with it, step aside now. Anyone who refuses will be treated as last." The man known as the Poison Snake thundered the order, and the would-be challengers froze. Mere moments ago, they'd been clamoring, brimming with bravado, but at the sight of their taskmaster's furious glare, every one of them went cold. None dared draw his wrath. He wielded their lives as he pleased. At a curt signal from the rocket soldiers, the testers burst into reluctant motion, shuffling into a single file. Yet no one volunteered to be first. The lead position was a gamble with fate. Who knew what lurked beyond the threshold? A stronger opponent? A sudden death trap? Each man sized up the next, hoping someone else would take the risk. Annoyed by the standoff, the poison snake's jaw tightened. The rocket guards tightened their grips on their weapons and fixed each tester with hard stares. They had seen horrors in this facility that would make ordinary men quake, and they knew full well what awaited. At last, Guga, a hulking brute with an aber snake coiled on his arm, smirked and strode forward. "Fine, I'll go first," he growled. With one daring volunteer, the line snapped into formation behind him. For fighters of proven strength, rank meant little. Confidence did the talking. Ethan, however, found himself nearer the end of the queue, arranged there by the rocket's strap. Cold logic. He squared his shoulders, heart pounding, and waited for his turn to face the unknown. The host's voice rang out beside the gleaming trial stone. "Now, let the test begin." First in line, Ethan climbed the steps onto the platform without a hint of hesitation. Coiled at his side was Abo, his elven serpent companion, its black scales shimmering with a menacing aura. "Abo, strike!" Ethan commanded. With a hiss, the snake launched forward. Dark energy flared along its fangs as it bit into the stone's surface with a thunderous crack. Then, as suddenly as it attacked, it retracted. Each blow was followed by a lightning-quick retreat, a clear demonstration of the ruthless precision honed by Ethan's elven training. The host's eyes widened as he read the result. Attack value, 258. An uproar swept through the spectators. 258? That's nearly 3 times higher than the first score, 98. From the stands, whispers of awe and a touch of anxiety rippled through the crowd. "Damn, that's unbelievable. That's why they call him the boss," someone muttered, tension crackling in the air. As the crowd murmured with anticipation, the announcer's voice rang out across the plaza. "Next up is number 7,878, Ethan." He paused, then added, "Score, 258 points." Ethan stepped down from the raised platform with measured calm and returned to the end of the line. One by one, the remaining candidates climbed the steps in turn. After each trial, a handful jumped away from the stage in jubilation. Some pounded their chests in triumph, and others slunk off in silent disappointment. Those who discovered they'd landed last would flush crimson, grip their hands so tightly that their knuckles whitened, and press sweat-damp fingers to their foreheads as they stared up at the judges. Each secretly prayed that the next competitor would do even worse. And when someone actually did score lower, the current bottom contestant would let out a breath so relieved it sounded like a groan, nearly collapsing in gratitude. The new lowest scorer then adopted the same nervous routine, eyes darting, heart pounding, hoping desperately that yet another underperformer might appear. By the time Ethan returned to the back of the line, 78 hopefuls had already been tested. Ethan's 258 points held firm at the top. In second place stood Jasmine, the girl from the west corner of the plaza who wielded that enormous supersonic bat with 227 points. Third place belonged to a lone wanderer, a coyote-featured elf who'd managed 225 points. Ethan's solo performance scored only 2 points shy of Jasmine's second-place finish, an unexpectedly strong showing that stunned everyone. In fourth place came the young man who'd been outscored by the smiling tiger just before Ethan's turn. His name was Soros, and he never lost that perpetually sunny grin that left people guessing. His elf, nicknamed Gas Bomb, earned a solid 215 points. Riding his cheerful reputation, Soros even convinced a handful of would-be soloists to abandon their independent bids and join the team he'd quickly assembled, an eccentric little crew testers now called Laughter. After that, no further surprises emerged, until it was Ethan's turn to face the trial. Guga lingered at the edge of the stage, her mocking smile settling into an expression of outright scorn the moment Ethan stepped forward. From the stands, even the serpents and those whispered-about strangers turned their full attention to him, curiosity shining in their eyes. What would this unpredictable newcomer produce today? As Ethan assumed his position, a ripple of recognition passed through the crowd. "He's the guy who snatched second place last time with all those tricks," someone called out. "Yeah, let's see what he's got now," another murmured. A cynic nearby sneered, "All that smoke and mirrors won't help him here." Despite the murmurs and the skepticism, all eyes remained fixed on Ethan. The question hung in the air. How would he respond to this challenge? For his first test, Ethan had accidentally taken second place, but in a cruel twist of scoring, that single achievement dropped him from 10th to 11th in the overall rankings, costing him a full 100 points. Whispers rippled through the arena. That dark crow isn't weak at all. Even casual spectators could tell by its sleek, muscular form that this bird was built for power. Ethan ignored the murmurings. He planted his feet, met his companion's dark eyes, and issued his command. Dark crow, full strength, wing assault. The dark crow cried out, a guttural grah that sent its feathers bristling. With a sudden leap, it unfurled massive wings, crackling with latent energy. Without a moment's hesitation, the beast hurled itself at the trial stone, smashing into it with thunderous force. Cracks spidered across the stone's surface. A breathless instant later, the scoreboard blinked to life. Attack value, 265. The announcer recoiled, his disbelief plain as he staggered back and even spat to clear his throat. After a stunned half-second, he blared into his microphone. 265 points. That puts Ethan in first place. Next challenger, prepare yourself. A ripple of astonished gasps swept the crowd. 265? No way. The trial stone must be faulty, someone cursed, shaking their head in awe. But the numbers didn't lie. Ethan's dark crow had just made history. In everyone's mind, Ethan had always been the one who came in second on the first speculation trial, his skill level right on par with the rest of them. Yet nobody expected his latest performance to turn their assumptions upside down. After all, Ethan had always been a soloist, scrambling for scraps of training resources on his own. He'd never had a mentor or a support network to guide him. When the results were posted, Guga stared at the numbers in disbelief. He'd sparred with Ethan before and known him to be more than just hot air. He was genuinely talented. Guga had always rated him highly, but even he hadn't anticipated that Ethan would surpass him so decisively. Can field training really boost someone's growth that drastically? Guga muttered to himself, tracing the edge of his scorecard. He'd spent months gathering a small squad of peers to push each other, pooling their knowledge and resources, and yet here was Ethan, alone but somehow leaps and bounds ahead. Guga leaned back and considered his next move. Should he keep building his team, forging collective strength? Or was the only true path forward to venture out into the field, where real challenges awaited and raw potential could be unlocked? Either way, one thing was clear. The game had just changed, and everyone would have to adapt. Chapter 30, Kill the Chicken Marmoset. Guga's own squad was in a state of panic, especially the handful who'd nearly attacked Ethan just yesterday. They still broke out in a cold sweat at the memory. Luckily, Guga had intervened before things turned violent. Otherwise, Ethan might not be standing here today. Now, however, even if Guga ordered them to face Ethan again, they wouldn't dare step forward. A single test score can never capture every facet of a trainer's skill, but it does reveal something crucial. No ordinary competitor could withstand the raw power Ethan displayed. Ethan himself paid no mind to whispers or stares. From the moment he activated his chip, he was certain no one in this arena could match his pace. That unshakable confidence was all the proof he needed. He recalled his dark crow, stepped down from the raised platform, and made his way to a quiet corner. Propping his back against the wall, he closed his eyes and rested. Comparing scores held no interest for him. His performance had already spoken volumes. High above, in the judges' stands, Viper Snake glared down at the arena, lips curled in disdain. He wasn't surprised by Ethan's results. If anything, he'd expected more. The flashy rookie beside Ethan had promised an even higher score, yet here, Ethan's numbers seemed almost modest. To Viper Snake, that only underscored how much untapped strength the boy still had. Ethan watched the black raven perched on his gauntleted hand, its glossy feathers absorbing every flicker of torchlight. Still, a nagging question wouldn't leave him. This raven, it feels burdened. Am I imagining it? He asked, glancing down at the bird. Coiled on the stone bench beside him, the viper hissed softly, its forked tongue flicking toward the shadowed figure opposite them. The man in the ebony robe inclined his head. From beneath the cowl came a gravelly voice. You're right, it carries more than just its own weight. Ethan's brow furrowed. He'd suspected something unusual, yet he couldn't help marveling that so young a trainer had mastered a creature as proud and temperamental as this raven in mere days. The serpent shifted its coils, eyes narrowing. "Impressive, truly," it said. "But tell me this, if you refuse the shadow's calling, what becomes of me?" Ethan turned to watch the robed man. A faint, knowing smile curved the stranger's lips under his hood. "What would you have me do?" the man asked quietly. The viper let out a short, impatient hiss. "Your shadow's rules are always the same, grim, absolute. There's never room for doubt." It paused, recalling the ancient edict. Until the shadow's task is complete, or its chosen champion falls, no one in the order may intervene. Only failure or death can break its hold. Silence settled over the chamber. Ethan exchanged a charged look with the viper, both of them keenly aware that the next words spoken here would set all their fates in motion. Ever since Ethan accepted the reserve member badge from the mysterious man, he had effectively become part of the Shadow Unit. That group was known for its ruthless exclusivity. Even within the Rockets organization, no one else could claim its operatives. The only people ever granted exception were the stranger and Viper, who'd been close friends long before they joined the Rockets. So long as Ethan neither abandoned nor failed his shadow mission, no other branch of the Rockets, even its highest-ranking officers, could draft him into their own teams. That was a rule personally decreed by Sakagi, the head of the Rockets. As his private strike force, every member of the Shadow Unit had been handpicked for their extraordinary skills. "Watch your tongue, Viper," the mysterious man warned, his voice suddenly grave. Despite their friendship, he revered the Shadow Unit above all else, and he harbored a deep respect, bordering on devotion, for its leader, Sakagi. Ethan shared that admiration. Sakagi's blend of charisma, cunning, and absolute authority was like nothing Ethan had ever encountered, and he admired it more than anything in his life. No matter how serious or how trivial a scandal might be, it never leaks out in this world, and when it involves the royal family, the seal is even tighter. If Ethan were truly a native here and had been raised inside Team Rocket, he'd almost certainly end up one of Sakagi's most devoted followers. After all, he'd have grown up with their story, sharing their loyalties and suspicions. And yet, because he remembers everything from his past life, he can't help but feel a built-in resistance towards Sakagi. Still, in his previous life, Ethan had nothing but respect and even admiration for Sakagi. It's easy to forget how small Team Rocket was just over a decade ago in the Kanto region. Back then, the organization was led by the Rocket Commander, Sakagi's own mother, and their power was negligible. You can see it in Sakagi's very first Pokémon, a lone Beedrill. If they'd truly had abundant resources, who would give their child a Beedrill as a starter? Yet, remarkable as it was, it later became one of the most formidable Beedrills in history. The amount of time, training, and rare items poured into it could have raised several pseudo-legendary Pokémon instead. A little over 10 years ago, Rocket was nothing more than a minor underground outfit in the Gwandu region. Under Sakagi's ruthless ambition, however, it exploded in power, eradicating every rival faction and claiming undisputed dominance. Today, aside from the League, no force in Gwandu dares challenge Rocket. Sakagi's reputation rests on two pillars: his gift for leadership and his sheer combat prowess. He can face a reigning champion without so much as wavering, a feat that earned him the title Hidden King of Earth, and one he has more than earned. As founder of Rocket's first division, the Shadow Group, Sakagi's magnetic charisma turned its agents into unwavering devotees. Even Viper, who knows all too well what it means to cross him, did not flinch when Sakagi issued his thinly veiled warning. To the rest of Rocket, the Shadow Operatives are zealots who stop at nothing. It's widely agreed, never provoke a man who believes he can bend the world to his will. With that, their brief exchange ended, and the two slipped into a heavy silence. The combat trial passed in a flash. Each trainer sent out their spirit to strike the test stone while the system recorded the impact data, and before long, everyone was done. The results were posted immediately. First, Ethan, attack value 265. Second, Guga, attack value 258. Third, Jasmine, attack value 27. Fourth, Alec, attack value 25. Fifth, Soros, attack value 215. Third, 45 points. As predicted, no one surpassed Ethan's mark. Guga held steady in second, still 10 points shy of Ethan, while Jasmine and Alec trailed close behind. The gap between the leaders and the rest of the field has only widened since the last trial. At the bottom of the rankings sat a single trainer with a mere 45 points. Even in the first round, he'd managed only a middling score, hardly surprising considering his spirit was a rudimentary Rada. With diligent training, even a Rada can unleash fierce power. But to date, no one has broken the top 10 using one. So who was this underdog, this trainer whose name now appeared in last place? Ethan stood frozen, the last trainer left before them. He'd never imagined Team Rocket would target someone of his lower rank. Still in shock, he muttered, "This can't be happening. No, no, no." Suddenly a Rocket grunt lunged forward, yanking his wrists and preparing to haul him off. He thrashed wildly, but against two battle-hardened grunts, his resistance was hopeless. Their grips were ironclad, and he couldn't break free. "Please, give me another chance, please," he screamed, voice cracking. Tears and snot streamed down his face, and in sheer terror, he lost control of his bladder. A pungent yellow stain spread over his clothes, but his cries went unanswered. Regret washed over him. He should never have felt so comfortable back at the base. Then, through his sobs, a spark of hope ignited. "Larada, come save me," he called out. As a trainer, he'd forgotten one crucial fact. He had his own elf ready to stand by his side. Before the little Lada could even spring into action, two massive wolf dogs materialized at its sides, their fangs bared in a silent snarl. They were clearly determined to protect their trainer, but they dared not challenge the viper perched on the raised platform above them. "Let's be done with this," the snake said coolly, its tongue flicking once as it surveyed the scene. It had grown bored long ago, disgusted by these underwhelming specimens and the careless squandering of resources. A few promising young Ladas had been brought here, each hyped as the next big thing, yet all they'd shown was weakness. With ruthless efficiency, the wolf dogs clamped down on the little Lada, shaking it until its life force ebbed away. The creature thrashed for a moment, eyes wide with terror, then stilled. Two rocket soldiers stepped forward and hauled the body away, vanishing from sight before anyone could intervene. No one in the crowd doubted the outcome. Once again, the Rockets had proven their creed. Life was expendable in the name of power. Ethan leaned against the cold stone wall, watching without a flicker of emotion. He'd lost count of how many lives he'd overseen, and this one hardly registered. Ethan watched the Rockets in action and realized there were precious few lives in their hands. He'd always assumed they behaved like the cartoon versions: launch, explode, end of story. But this was no animation trick. A brutal way to weed out the weak, he thought quietly. He'd also heard of the poison snake gambit. You bind those foolish enough to bite the bait, leaving them to die. Here, the only choice was to push forward or perish. The elite players clustered around him felt nothing but faint disdain. After all, this blood sport didn't concern them. It reminded Ethan of the famous catfish effect. A net full of sardines will soon grow listless and die, but toss in a predatory catfish and the sardines thrash themselves to freedom, desperate to escape. In the end, they survived the ordeal and fetched top dollar at market. Right now, they were the sardines, powerless until the Rockets, like ruthless catfish, drove them on. Only under that cruel pressure could every last one hope to make it through alive. The coaching staff can redouble their efforts to develop talent, enabling the Rockets to attract more promising players. Chapter 31. Refuse. The final stage of the trial was surprisingly anticlimactic. All that happened was the top 10 contenders filing onto the platform, swiping their ID cards, and each walking away with a flat 200 points. To most of the students, 200 points felt like a windfall. For Ethan, though, who was still sitting on over 7,000 points, it was barely a rounding error. Still, he told himself, even a small gain counts. Every point has value. The Rocket Guild kept its point system rigidly controlled. Ethan's current cushion of points came down to sheer luck. He'd stumbled across a rare, green-grade elven egg. Thanks to the analysis chip implanted in his palm, he'd instantly recognized its true worth and redeemed it for a staggering 20,000 points, an exploit no one else could duplicate. In practice, most points were earned by completing assignments, steady, reliable work. Extra points could also be scored by capturing qualified elves or trading in exotic items, but those windfalls depended heavily on chance and sharp eyes. Ethan's secret weapon was that chip, which let him turn luck into certainties. And so, as the 10 finalists basked in their modest victory, Ethan simply nodded and walked off stage, already plotting where to spend his next points. Whenever a rare, high-potential elf appeared before him, no chip scanner could slip past Ethan's notice. Compared to any other method, capturing elves was his most dependable way to rack up points. The only variable beyond his control was luck. Yet, if he kept snatching up rare specimens, what would people think? Anyone who could assess an elf's abilities without running the proper instruments would be hauled straight into a lab for study. So Ethan learned when to keep a low profile and when to step into the light. That balance was his best defense. The exam finally ended, and the crowd began to disperse. On the surface, everyone looked composed, but the events they just witnessed felt like a ticking time bomb, a stark reminder that constant vigilance was the only path to success. After today, no one would dare slack off. If you didn't push yourself to the limit, you'd be left behind. No sooner had the test concluded than Viper and the cloaked stranger in black robes slipped out of the square, flanked by a contingent of rocket soldiers. Ethan left the inspection hall with his head held high. Yesterday he'd been awarded the Shadow Reserve Medal, an honor few new recruits ever saw, but so far none of the syndicate's leaders really knew him. Today, the Serpent Lord himself had toured the training grounds, flanked by his lieutenant Leon, all in the name of vetting talent. In truth, their ranks were so well staffed that they didn't fuss over every newcomer. What really mattered was the overall caliber of each graduating class, since fresh recruits translated directly into the syndicate's annual profits. Leon had shadowed Ethan through a few quick trials, speed, strength, reflexes, and the young man had just scraped past their minimum standards. Satisfied that Ethan wasn't a total washout, Leon gave a curt nod. "He'll do," he murmured to the Serpent Lord, who merely arched an eyebrow in approval. As Ethan turned to leave, a squad of syndicate operatives barred his path. At their head was Guga, the burly handler responsible for reserve members, but the real threat hovered above. Dark Crow, one of the syndicate's deadliest enforcers, swooped down on outstretched black wings, his beady eyes fixed on Ethan with unmistakable menace. "Stop right there," crowed Dark Crow, his voice rough as gravel. Guga tensed beside him, looking for backup among the other henchmen. Ethan braced himself, puzzled. He'd passed the tests, met the minimum. Why this sudden hostility? Dark Crow's wings beat the air in slow, deliberate arcs. "You think you're worthy of that Shadow Reserve medal?" he snarled. "We'll see if you can back it up." Ethan squared his shoulders. Whatever game the syndicate was playing, he wouldn't back down now. "Chaba!" Guga's Aber Serpent snapped to attention during Dark Crow's demo, enstration, coiling its body even tighter. This wasn't fear, it was the snake's deadliest stance. For a serpent, the most terrifying moment isn't when it opens its jaws and bares its fangs, but when it contracts into a perfect coil, every muscle wound tight, ready to strike in an instant. Like a drawn bow tremoring before release, it could launch forward with lightning speed. Ethan reached out, gently stroking Dark Crow's glossy feathers, silently telling his avian partner not to let the tension get to him. Guga frowned at the calm display and gave a discreet hand signal, ordering Abersnake to relax. A faint gleam sparked in Ethan's eyes as he produced a data chip and began scanning the serpent's vital readings. Ethan crouched beside the Pokeball resting on his belt, studying its readout one more time. Name, Abo Snake, light green. Gender, male. Level 16, type poison. Ability, intimidate known moves, inherited. Pursuit, poison, spite. Basic moves, tackle, leer, poison sting, bite, glare. Taught move, thief. Next planned move, shadow clone, training points. On paper, Abo Snake didn't look like much. Its light green rank sat one tier below the Dark Crow. Ethan had once trained, and its innate base stats simply weren't as impressive. In the competitive world of spirit training, an extra few points here or there could decide the outcome of a battle, no matter how skilled the trainer. Still, raw numbers only told part of the story. With the right guidance, even a so-called lower-class spirit could become a formidable ally. Ethan recalled the first time he'd encountered Abo Snake just after it hatched. Its emerald scales had been so pale they almost shimmered, and a faint hiss of defiance had escaped its lips the moment he picked up the Pokeball. From those early days of tempering its venom fang to honing its stealthy strikes, Ethan had poured countless hours into its training. Each gym battle, each sparring session, left him more convinced that Abo Snake's heart was stronger than most. What truly surprised him today was witnessing his Snake Master Shadow clone. The technique, so often reserved for elite spirits, had cost him 1,000 hard-earned points, but seeing two perfect copies spring to life beside the original made every sacrifice worthwhile. The air shimmered as the trio slithered forward in perfect unison, jaws parting in synchrony, ready to overwhelm any opponent with a sudden, three-pronged assault. "Not bad," Ethan murmured, pride warming his chest. He'd long known that base stats and color classifications were only guides, not destiny. Still, the gap between a pseudo-legendary and an Abo Snake could be vast. Just ask anyone who'd faced a triumphant Dragonite. Yet here he was, proving that with unwavering confidence and the right strategies, even the humblest spirit could shine. He snapped the ball closed, feeling its weight settle comfortably against his hip. Tomorrow he'd focus on perfecting the clone's coordination, perhaps even combining them with a swift poison fang to catch foes off guard. For now, though, he allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Ethan and his pale green partner were just getting started. With Shadow Clone in their arsenal, the rest of the world would soon learn to take Abo Snake seriously. Ethan's eyes widened. He had never imagined Guga could claw back 1,000 points in just 1 week. It was obvious Guga's team had poured every ounce of effort into mounting this comeback. An uneasy hush fell over the hall, as everyone seemed to hold their breath, waiting for someone, anyone, to speak first. Even the two strongest fighters sat motionless, and Guga's own followers dared not utter a word. Only yesterday, many had boasted that Ethan would lead the trial. Now their bravado had evaporated, replaced by anxious glances and pounding hearts. Who would be the first to break the silence? At last Guga stood. His face was grim, his posture rigid. "I never thought I'd come to despise you," he said, voice low but fierce. Ethan met his glare without flinching. He knew Guga once believed himself unbeatable in these trials, that he alone deserved to top the rankings. Without Ethan's interference, Guga was convinced he'd have already risen to the very summit of his career, perhaps even earned a commission in the Rocket Corps. The only thing standing between him and that destiny, he thought, was a single misstep long ago. Ethan recognized the resentment in Guga's words. He'd once pictured himself as the undisputed hero of this contest, only to be outmatched by Guga's astonishing rebound. Still, understanding Guga's bitterness didn't change a thing. With the current point gap, Ethan hardly even qualified as his rival. Yet he refused to look away. Let them see who truly stood tallest when the dust finally settled. Ethan's expression never wavered as he quietly asked, "So, what now?" A dark shadow passed over Guga's face. Ethan's calm indifference stung him with contempt. Around Guga, his men pressed their heads down like frightened ostriches. Under normal circumstances, they'd have leapt forward to defend their captain, but nobody dared challenge Ethan. After all, only someone who could truly overpower Guga would risk crossing him. When the strong battle, the weak get crushed. Guga's grip tightened on his sword hilt. Ethan simply stood there, unmoving, waiting for Guga's next move. The realization hit Guga hard. His only real leverage was his elder brother's rank, and he hated the thought of invoking that connection. He'd sworn to surpass his brother on his own merits, and even that prestigious name likely wouldn't intimidate Ethan. A low snort escaped Guga's lips. He turned on his heel and strode away, unwilling to endure this standoff any longer. Guga hesitated on the sidelines, uncertainty written across his face. He wasn't sure he could beat Ethan now. With a curt nod, he turned away, and his men followed without question, filing out as if they feared they'd be swallowed alive if they lingered. No sooner had Guga and his crew vanished than a new wave advanced on Ethan. At its head strode Soros V, a young man whose grin never faltered. Ethan frowned, watching Soros approach. In the harsh light of the arena, he looked more like a hardened villain than the beaming Socratic charlatan before him. Soros laughed cheerfully as he drew near. "Well done, Ethan," he called out, voice rich with mock congratulations. snagging first place so suddenly. You really caught everyone off guard." He reached out to clap Ethan on the shoulder. Ethan's eyes narrowed. Soros froze mid-motion, a flicker of embarrassment clouding his bright mask, as if he'd just realized how awkward he looked. Then, with a practiced shuffle of his feet, he restored that same wide grin, but now there was something cold lurking behind it. Ethan met that gaze steadily. "What's on your mind?" he asked. Soros's smile only widened, but his tone turned thin. "Oh, nothing," he said, though there was steel beneath his laughter. "I simply didn't expect you to outshine me today." He stepped back, still grinning, as his followers snapped into formation behind him. The air crackled with tension. Soros might have spoken the words of a friend, but his eyes promised a fight, and Ethan readied himself to meet it. Soros strolled over with that easy smile of his. "Hey, Ethan, got a sec? I just picked up a high-paying job, but it's going to be tough going alone. Want to team up? We'll split the points down the middle." I felt a flicker of interest. Points were everything to a trainer. But the idea of a two-man job grated on me. I didn't want someone else's weakness dragging me down, so I shook my head coolly. "Thanks, but I'm not interested." Without waiting for a response, I turned on my heel and walked away. I could feel Soros's grin freeze as I left him behind. His shoulders stiffened, his face darkened briefly. Then, in a practiced instant, the smile was back. "Fine," he said to his men, waving me off. "If Ethan won't join us, we'll handle it ourselves. We've always got to count on our own strength. Anyway." You exchanged disappointed glances. They'd hoped to recruit me, but none of them dared argue. After all, following Soros still meant more points on the line. In truth, handing that task over to them and making them share the points only ends up hurting Ethan. Chapter 32. Shadow Ethan pivoted on his heel, his gaze drifting back to Soros's Pokémon, Gas Bomb. Name: Gas Bomb, type poison, color dark yellow, gender male, level 17, ability levitate, held item none, innate skill, charge basic moves, poison gas, tackle, haze, smoke screen, pursuit, clear smoke TM move, black mist tutor moves, skill learner none. On paper, Gas Bomb's qualifications looked modest, but its level and training regimen were impressive. Ethan allowed himself a quiet smile. "Not bad at all," he murmured. City-bred Pokémon tended to adjust quickly, so long as they stayed in one piece. Soon afterward, Ethan returned to the skill exchange. The testing booths were empty. The day's trials had just wrapped up. As he stepped inside, the attendant who'd helped him yesterday looked up and recognized him instantly. There was a flicker of curiosity, and maybe a hint of worry, in the staffer's eyes. Ethan offered a subtle nod and beckoned him forward. Without hesitation, the attendant led Ethan to a concealed panel in the wall. With a soft click, it swung open, revealing a narrow corridor bathed in dim light. "Right this way," the attendant whispered, voice barely above breath. He seemed even more tense than Ethan felt. Ethan squared his shoulders and slipped through the hidden doorway, ready to confront the shadow that awaited him. Though his mentor had already returned, Ethan was nowhere to be seen, and the mentor refused to begin until his apprentice arrived. Casting a quick glance around to ensure no one else was watching, he rapped a silent code on the hidden back door with his knuckles. Click. With a muted groan, the heavy door swung open. He stepped inside and beckoned Ethan in. Beyond the threshold lay a narrow stone passage lit by small, flickering candles that cast dancing shadows on the walls. Moving in near silence, they walked for several minutes until the corridor opened onto a vast chamber. Half the room was consumed by towering bookshelves, each groaning under the weight of thousands of dusty tomes. Ethan's breath caught. No one on Trial Island would have believed such a library could exist. At the center of the chamber, a single desk lamp illuminated a figure in a flowing black robe. The man sat hunched over a large book, reading with unwavering intensity. He didn't glance up as they entered, but Ethan knew better than to think the scholar was unaware of their presence. I gave a subtle nod, and the dark crow swooped down to the floor. Stepping aside, I stood respectfully at the edge of the desk, waiting for the hooded figure to finish reading. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched Ethan's composed posture beside me. Beneath the man's black robe, the corner of his mouth lifted in a faint, momentary smile before he bent his head back to the book. Moments later, the raven let out an impatient caw. The stranger finally looked up. I stole a quick glance at Ethan and the bird as the man's hoarse voice cut through the silence. "Bring me something," he said, "and I will reward you with 10,000 points." Without waiting for an answer, he drew a map from the folds of his robe and laid it flat on the desk. Then he pushed it toward Ethan. When Ethan caught sight of the two missing fingertips, revealed by the sleeve's shift, his pupils narrowed. He knew those scars all too well, the grim aftermath of a poison so virulent that even a heavenly king-class warrior would have no choice but to amputate the infected digits. He smoothed his expression, reached out, and took the map, his fingers brushing the aged parchment as he studied its intricate markings. I have to admit, compared to the crude treasure map the Rockets once cobbled together, this one is a masterpiece. Every landmark, every bend in the path, even the tiniest rock formation is captured in flawless detail. Not wanting to keep the mysterious figure waiting, Ethan gave a brisk nod, slipped the map into his belt pouch, and said, "Understood." The stranger inclined his head and waved Ethan on. Without hesitation, Ethan swung, Gayu up onto Darkraven's back. She was already poised, wings tensed, ready to take flight. Just as they were about to lift off, the man spoke again, his voice low. "My name is Ying." Ethan's foot hovered in midair. He dismounted quickly and bowed his head. "Yes, Lord Ying." With no further instructions forthcoming, Ethan and Darkraven slipped out of the shadowy chamber. They passed through a heavy door and into blinding daylight. After so long in the gloom, the sudden glare stung Ethan's eyes. He closed them, blinking, while Darkraven instinctively raised a wing to shield her face. "Shadow," Ethan murmured as they set off. As the warmth of the sun touched his skin, a fragment of memory surfaced, a rumor that had circulated among the Rockets back in his previous life. Ethan had heard plenty of whispers about the Shadow Group, Rocket's most secretive division, but almost nothing concrete. The only names anyone ever mentioned were Dark and Shadow, the two deputy leaders. Rumor held that they were orphans Sakagi himself had plucked from the outskirts and trained in the underbelly of the organization. In fact, the group's very title was said to honor them. Beyond those two, some spoke in hushed tones of a mysterious shadow chief, yet no one had glimpsed this figure except for Sakagi himself. Whispers claimed the post remained empty because no operative could meet Sakagi's exacting standards. Ethan shook his head, offering a wry, half-bitter smile. These legends felt too distant, too grand, to concern him just now. He needed to focus on the immediate challenge, the entrance trial for the Shadow Group. The small medal pinned to Ying's uniform had caught his eye during training, its surface etched with an intricate logo he could not decipher. Though he'd never shown it, he was quietly obsessed with its meaning, and with what his own future within the shadows might hold. Danger, after all, was part of the allure. The deeper one sank into the group's clandestine world, the greater the resources and opportunities. That promise aligned perfectly with Ethan's ambitions. Still, as he reviewed the briefing one last time, he found himself wondering in uneasy silence. Could the test truly be as straightforward as it seemed? Or was there, like everything else in the Shadow Group, a hidden twist waiting to surface? Ethan forced a bitter smile. This was only the beginning. He'd packed every conceivable supply for the journey, medicines, non-perishable food, and gear, yet even that felt barely enough to fill his cramped storage space. Donning a crisp white rocket uniform and securing his custom-issue belt, he made sure he looked every bit the operative. When he and Dark Crow slipped away from the headquarters, no one batted an eye. Guided by a rough map entrusted to him by the mysterious Shadow, they threaded their way into the dense woods of Trial Island. Although the island was a semi-developed forest region under Rocket's stewardship, its rich resources remained largely untouched. A strict, let-the-water-flow policy had preserved the land in pristine condition. Loquat trees soared overhead, their broad canopies weaving a thick green tapestry that dimmed the daylight into a soft emerald twilight. Stars of light danced on the forest floor through tiny gaps in the leaves. When passing clouds obscured the sun, the woods fell into hushed shadow. It was in this lush, protected haven that the elven communities thrived, and where Ethan and Dark Crow now vanished into the undergrowth. Ethan and his companion, the Dark Raven, picked their way through the forest, eyes constantly scanning the undergrowth. Years of exploration had taught them that following fresh tracks, hoofprints, paw marks, claw slashes, could turn a grueling march into a guided path. As they pressed deeper into the woods, elves began to appear all around them. First, a grass elf, concealed among the tall blades, shimmered into view the moment it noticed Ethan and the raven. Here and there, small herds of unicorns grazed peacefully. Bright green caterpillars inched along trunks, methodically nibbling leaves in hopes of an early metamorphosis. Delicate spiderwebs, dotted with dew and ladybugs, hung like gossamer tapestries. High above in the canopy, curious bobos peeked from between branches, while frantic sparrows swooped down to snatch wriggling worms. Through it all, Ethan never lowered his guard. The detection chip at his wrist hummed continually, its sensors sweeping the forest. No elf, no matter how expertly cloaked in moss or grass, could evade its scan. In seconds, every creature that entered his range was logged. Magical signature, vital signs, even behavioral patterns. By the time they'd covered a mile, Ethan's datapad was filled with detailed profiles of every living being they'd encountered, essential knowledge for whatever lay beyond the next thicket. Ethan and Dark Crow skirted the forest's edge, where dozens of faint spirits flickered among the trees. Though numerous, these wisps were weak, hardly a threat to the two travelers, and Dark Crow, ever the seasoned warrior, showed no interest in chasing them down. By mid-afternoon, they both realized the next landmark lay too far ahead to reach before nightfall. Instead of pushing on blindly, Ethan decided they'd better find water, make camp, and press on at first light. Just before dusk, Ethan discovered a narrow, crystal-clear stream. The banks were soft with damp earth, stamped with elven footprints, a reassuring sign that no formidable beasts lurked nearby. 10 meters from the water's edge, he cleared a small area of underbrush and struck flint to light a modest fire. Earlier that day, he'd spent 200 points on essential gear, a lightweight tent, daily provisions, and a carefully chosen stock of medical supplies and antidotes. With camp established and the fire crackling, Ethan and Dark Crow settled in for the night, ready to continue their journey at dawn. Ethan settled on a small clearing as the afternoon sun dipped toward the pines. He decided long ago that even in the wild, a few comforts were worth sacrificing pack space for. After all, who really wants to live like a backwoods castaway forever? The tent alone claimed nearly half of his belt's carrying capacity, but he didn't regret it. He clipped the poles together, stretched the fabric, and within minutes had a taut, weatherproof shelter ready to go. All the while, his Dark Crow companion was anything but idle. Normally it trained serenely, whenever, wherever, but today it brimmed with restless energy. The bird swooped down, plucked a dry branch from the forest floor, then rocketed skyward in a blur of glossy black wings. It dove, banked, and accelerated through a series of tight aerial drills, as though eager to turn every moment into practice. By the time Ethan stoked the campfire to life, twilight was painting the sky in violet and amber. The fire crackled and popped, sending warm orange light dancing over the tent walls. He reached into his pack and pulled out the upgraded feeding dish for the crow, a sleek silver metal bowl that automatically dispensed small energy cubes. They glowed faintly and smelled faintly of lemon, a far cry from the old, sime, rough-hewn wooden trough he'd used back in his earliest days of wilderness survival. "Dig in," Ethan said, sliding the bowl across the pine needle-strewn ground. The Dark Crow hopped forward, pecked a cube, then cocked its head as if savoring the tangy aroma. Ethan ladled steaming oatmeal into his own bowl, the oats swirled with just enough water to give them a creamy texture. He tore off a strip of soft, milk-enriched bread and let it warm by the fire before taking a bite. Together, man and beast watched the sky darken, each content in its own way. Ethan with a simple meal and a sturdy tent, the crow with its lemon-scented energy cubes and the promise of tomorrow's training. Ethan and the elf's lives have changed utterly in just a few days, as if they'd gone from the cave's darkest depths straight to its lofty heights. Chapter 33. Kairos's revenge night in the forest was quiet but for the distant hum of insects and the whispering of leaves. Inside their small tent, Ethan and Dark Crow drifted into sleep, unaware of how the hours slipped by. When Ethan finally stirred, the sky beyond the canvas was blazing red with dawn. Morning rituals began at once, a simple breakfast, then training. Ethan pushed his body through strength and endurance exercises, while Dark Crow focused on mastering his new abilities. They both believed that consistent effort always paid off. As the proverb says, the year's plan begins in spring, a day's plan begins at dawn. By training with First Light, they aimed to reap the greatest rewards for the least wasted time. Dark Crow had just unlocked 4 techniques from the skill transmitter: Malefic Flux, Binding, Substitution, and Rattle. Each demanded patient, focused practice. Binding proved especially elusive, since it couldn't be refined through ordinary drills. The other 3 simply required hours of repetition before they could be wielded reliably. Only fully mastered skills could be used effectively in combat, and the life-saving arts of binding and substitution were crucial for surviving in the wild. Bathed in the glow of sunrise, Ethan and Dark Crow threw themselves into their routines with renewed determination, unaware that far to the north, Kairos was already setting his plans of vengeance into motion. Ethan stood in the forest, clearing alongside his familiar, the Dark Crow. Today's session was devoted to Evil Wave, the Dark Raven's most potent, malevolent skill, and one of the 4 core techniques every apprentice must master. Each ability had its own tactical purpose, and Evil Wave was essential for unleashing focused, destructive energy. In addition, Ethan planned to keep strengthening the wing attack he'd just upgraded a few days earlier. By flying with added weights, he'd already felt his wing muscles grow more powerful, and the technique's impact had improved noticeably. Having finished his warm-up drills, Ethan shifted to targeted training. "Dark Crow, unleash Evil Wave on that oak," he ordered, nodding toward a stout tree at the edge of the clearing. The crow gave a sharp, eager caw and began to gather its dark energy. A chilling aura swirled around its feathers as malevolent power concentrated at its core. Then, with a sudden explosive motion, the crow struck, the evil wave rippling outward like a black tide and smashing into the oak's trunk with bone-shaking force. Dust and bark splintered away under the onslaught, and Ethan allowed himself a small, approving smile at the skillful display. In moments, the grove before Dark Crow began to tremble. Leaves rustled as the malicious wave swept through, gouging deep, dark scars into the ancient oak the raven had targeted. When the spell's energy ebbed away, the jagged wounds let out a faint hiss, residual evil power in the air. "You saw that, right?" Ethan asked, gesturing toward the damaged trunk. "Your evil wave hardly harmed the tree, just stripped off a bit of bark. It's potent magic, yes, but its force is too scattered. It might bruise a supernatural like an elf, but against ordinary foes, it's all but useless. The bright side is you've only just learned this skill. With practice, you'll master its range, learn to condense the energy, and unleash a truly crushing blow. When that happens, even powerful supernaturals and lingering ghosts won't stand a chance." Dark Crow, fresh from casting the spell, nodded enthusiastically at Ethan's counsel. Ethan hovered at the edge of the moonlit glen, frustration knotting his chest. There was no excuse for an evil elf to be outmatched by that superpowered ghost elf. He could still feel the enormous potential of the new skill he'd just uncovered, but every time he tried to unleash it, the power slipped through his grasp. A malicious heat coiled in his veins as the corrupt system within him stirred. Dark energy pooled in his core, but it fizzled at the edges instead of obeying his will. Clenching his jaw, Ethan slowed the chaotic flow, forcing the wicked power inward, compressing it into a tighter orb beneath his skin. Only by refining it could he hope to deliver a true blow. When the energy felt sufficiently condensed, he raised a trembling hand and let the wave of corruption surge outward. Bang! The entire grove went silent. The great oaks around him quivered, but only slightly, except the one he'd targeted. Its bark split and blackened as a finger-deep crater carved itself into the trunk, wisps of smoky, inky mist drifting from the wound. This time, the attack had clearly been stronger than his first attempt. Ethan allowed himself a satisfied grin. He flexed his fingers, tasting the lingering hum of dark power. "That's more like it," he murmured. "My control is finally catching up to my ambition." Ethan watched Dark Raven hover in the clearing, ebony wings half raised and eyes locked in fierce concentration. He folded his arms, studying the elf's technique. "Raw talent gets you only so far," he began. "True mastery comes from constant exposure and steady training. If you focus your energy more precisely and cut out any wasted flow, your spells will grow stronger. Today's release was definitely more powerful than before, but your mana still spills too slowly. You need to condense it faster. Think of it like turning a millstone. Only relentless effort and repetition will sharpen your skill. You're making real progress, Dark Raven. Well done. A spark of pride lit the elf's golden eyes. Even the driest, most demanding drills could be transformed by a few words of genuine encouragement, and Dark Raven's posture straightened as he nodded eagerly and dove back into practice. Ethan allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Seeing such an outstanding elf respond so readily to his coaching was its own reward. After an hour of focused training, he finally called out, "All right, let's move on." With renewed determination, Ethan and Dark Raven set off again, the path ahead bright with possibilities. Although Ethan's main goal was to uncover an explanation for what he'd discovered, he refused to neglect his basic training. Otherwise, all his efforts would have been wasted. After hours of relentless exercise, his body was fatigued, so he downed several energy cubes. In under 10 minutes, his stamina surged back to its peak, and even his life force felt stronger. Normally, restoring that much energy would take 2 to 3 hours of rest. An energy cube compresses the process into minutes. Fatigued muscles absorb the cube's power like a dry sponge drinking in seawater, often drawing in more energy than they would through a natural recovery. As long as Ethan could rely on a steady supply of these cubes, the gap between him and the other elves would only widen. It's this very effectiveness that makes any breeder capable of crafting energy cubes, even the most basic ones, a target for every power in the realm. Chapter 1. Back on the trail. I may not be the strongest trainer out there, but few dare challenge me. Behind every trainer lies a web of debts, favors, and alliances powerful enough to summon elite reinforcements in an instant. A trainer's network is like a beehive. Strike one cell, and the entire swarm rises. Yesterday, in my search for a fresh water source, I strayed from our planned route. Now the first order of business is to get back on track. As dawn breaks, the forest air warms, and the day creatures, elves who only emerge in sunlight, begin to stir. Golden shafts of light pierce the canopy, setting every leaf and branch aglow with vitality. The deeper I venture, the tougher these elves become. But oddly, they grow scarcer. The higher their level, the more territory they claim, standing guard with quiet confidence. Every so often, I pass a wounded elf slumped against a tree or spot one lying motionless in the underbrush, somber reminders that this forest is no place for the careless. My canteen sits half empty. If I don't find that water source soon, I'll be up against more than just a handful of hardened wild elves. Ethanette, Han, and the Dark Crow pressed deeper into the forest, every sense on high alert. Above them, Dark Crow flitted through the canopy, bow in hand, ready to loose an arrow at the slightest hint of danger. Meanwhile, Ethan's wrist-mounted scanner hummed softly. Its chip scan function had picked up several elves deliberately tailing them, keeping out of sight but drawing ever closer. Ethan spotted their movements on his display and slowed his pace, squinting through the shadows. The elves skirted the underbrush, clearly intending to flank them, but before they could strike, something else burst to life. He stopped dead in his tracks. A Kairos lunged from the tall grass, its yellow eyes fixed on Ethan's unguarded flank. It leapt forward with a snarl, talons aimed straight for him. "Watch out!" Dark Crow called. In an instant, she invoked her blessing of the breeze. A swirling gust of wind slammed into the Kairos, knocking it off balance and sending it crashing back through the brush. Ethan couldn't suppress a grin as he watched the creature struggle to its feet. It was the same Kairos Dark Crow had defeated not long ago, yet here it was, recklessly attacking him alone. It had clearly underestimated both Dark Crow's prowess and Ethan's own readiness. Their would-be ambusher lay flattened and humiliated, while Ethan and his ever-watchful companion simply resumed their cautious advance. Even before any Dark Raven appeared, Ethan's biochip had already warned him of incoming danger. The moment he came to a halt, his muscles tensed, prepared to dodge at a moment's notice. Then, boom! The tall grass on either side of the path erupted as 4 Kairos burst into view, screeching in unison. According to his chip, each Kairos ranked between level 3 and level 4, nothing extraordinary, but still formidable in numbers. Ethan allowed himself a wry smile. A few days ago, the Dark Ravens had managed to seduce and boost a handful of Kairos, raising alarms across the sector. These four, however, weren't part of that elite squad. They were just expendable couriers, a mere delivery team sent to test him. Coo! 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 The beasts glanced at one another, their eyes gleaming with hunger as they advanced in perfect formation. They clearly assumed he was vulnerable, having been bested by lower-level prey before. Yet Ethan stood perfectly calm, every instinct focused and ready. "Dark Raven, so this is your move," he said quietly, voice steady. He flexed his fingers, feeling the familiar hum of his implant powering up. "Very well, let's see how tough you really are." With that, he shifted his weight and prepared to meet their charge head-on. Chapter 34. Injured Ethan activated the Dark Crow's vocal amplifier, unleashing a chilling, metallic screech that struck like an ice pick against the ears of everyone nearby, especially the 4 Kairos units arrayed before it. They'd never heard anything so grating. The sound seemed to burrow into their minds, sending shivers down their spines as if their own armor had suddenly grown loose. "Dark Crow, let's see what your training has accomplished," Ethan said, a ruthless smile curving his lips. With that, he withdrew a small remote from his utility belt and pressed the lone button, the weight control switch. In an instant, the artificial burden vanished. Freed of the extra mass, the Dark Crow's frame felt feather-light. Like a gust of wind given form, it surged forward, closing the gap to the Kairos in the blink of an eye. "Gah! Gah!" The Dark Crow's triumphant cries rang out. It had never moved this swiftly. The liberation from its simulated ballast had elevated its speed by an entire level. Its limbs blurred as it carved through the air, every motion sharpened by the exhilaration of newfound agility. Ethan watched, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Just days of weight-bearing drills, and the Dark Crow's performance had soared beyond all expectations. This was only the beginning. Ethan circled high above the battlefield, his Dark Crow form slicing through the air like a blade. To a creature of his speed, the Kairos charging him were nothing more than squabbling chicks. He needed only one simple tactic: whip up gale winds to pin down the 2 in front, then twist around and smash into the 2 trailing him with his wings. He barked the commands to his flight system. At his mental cue, his wings unfurled with sudden, furious power, no cumbersome load to slow him down. Wind surged off his feathers faster than ever, condensing into 2 brilliant white vortices that roared outward to halt the foremost Kairos in its tracks. Their screeches of frustration echoed faintly as they collided with the spirals of air and skidded to a standstill. Without missing a beat, Ethan spun mid-air and dove toward the pair looming behind him. A high-pitched whistle cut across the grove as his flight system concentrated every ounce of energy into his wings. He struck the left Kairos first, driving it backwards into the trunk of a massive tree with bone-jarring force. The creature slumped to the leaf-strewn ground, utterly spent, its power destroyed in an instant. It was over in seconds, stripped of its defenses by Ethan's unshackled aggression and finished under the double-amplified fury of his aerial combat skills. That worm spirit collapse marked yet another fallen foe at the talons of the Dark Crow. Ethan's heart sank as he watched his companion's summon collapse. Across the clearing, the last Kairos let out a furious roar and charged, ramming its massive horn straight into Dark Crow. The bird staggered under the impact, its strength momentarily sapped. "Hold on, Dark Crow," Ethan urged. "Wing Cyclone, now!" At his command, Dark Crow's feathers glowed with pale green energy, forming a fragile shield around its body. As it beat its wings, emerald light cascaded in spirals, lending the creature an otherworldly grace. The Kairos slammed into the barrier, shattering it instantly, but the brief shield was enough. The force disrupted the beast's horn technique, leaving it dazed. Seizing the opening, Dark Crow dove, its energized wings slicing through the stunned Kairos. There was a crack like breaking bone, and the creature tumbled backward, joining its fallen ally. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining Kairos, still reeling from Windrake's gale-force tumbling spell, struggled to regain their footing. Their cracked armor and ragged breaths spoke of the punishment they'd already taken. What had begun as a 4-on-1 slaughter now winnowed to 2 adversaries against Ethan's lone summon. Before Kairos could surge forward in revenge, his 2 comrades lay sprawled on the ground, already felled by the dark crow's renewed strength. The creature hesitated, a heartbeat, unsettled by its own power. Ethan seized the opportunity. "Dark Crow, whip up the winds again," he commanded. "Then dive in and finish them with a wing strike." With a triumphant cry, the crow unleashed 2 spiraling gusts that coiled around the fallen Kairos warriors. Unrestrained at last, it plunged into the heart of the vortex without a second's doubt. Its wings flared with brilliant white light as it struck, bang, bang, shattering the whirlwinds in an instant. A fierce "Gah!" rang out, and the crow turned its gaze away from the 2 enemies hurtling helplessly through the air. Upside down and disoriented, they were utterly defeated. Ecstatic, the dark crow reveled in the thrill of its first truly exhilarating battle since pledging itself to Ethan. Ethan gently stroked the proud head of the dark raven, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. "Don't get too full of yourself," he teased. "All this power comes from just a little training. Keep pushing forward." The dark raven ruffled its glossy feathers, excitement shining in its coal-black eyes. With a spirited "caw, caw," it tried to assure Ethan it wasn't conceited, just thrilled. Ethan chuckled and shook his head. "Okay, you did well today, but now you see what ordinary training can accomplish, right?" The bird bobbed its head eagerly, admiration clear in every tilt of its neck. It was moments away from becoming Ethan's biggest fan. "Hang on," Ethan said, tapping the raven's head playfully. He held up a small remote control, its buttons gleaming. "I'm about to give you an extra boost. You ready?" For an instant, the dark raven basked in the promise of unrestrained power, only to feel a new, heavier burden settle across its wings. But it trusted Ethan's careful judgment. Gathering its resolve, the raven gave a decisive nod. It was ready. Ethan swallowed hard as he met Dark Crow's small, eager eyes. He had no time for hesitation. Dark Crow's strength still wasn't enough, and they needed to keep pushing forward. With a steady hand, Ethan reached for the familiar harness and clipped on the extra weights. 10 kilograms, just like before. The moment the weights clicked into place, Ethan felt his center of gravity shift, and Dark Crow's altitude wavered. The bird dipped only briefly, then quickly righted itself and hovered at its previous height, looking back up at Ethan with unwavering determination. Years of training together had forged this bond. The crow knew exactly how to compensate for the burden. Ethan's implanted chip buzzed in his mind, running a quick diagnostic. His eyes widened. Since their last battle, Dark Crow's power had risen again, an unadvertised upgrade that the bird itself hadn't noticed. Without a word, Ethan shifted his expression to one of calm resolve. If Dark Crow believed these weights were simply part of its training, it would push itself harder than ever. He stepped back, tension coiling in his muscles. Now was the moment to see just how far they'd both come. One of the perks of doing battle in the wilderness is that you never have to clean up the aftermath yourself. After the flurry of action, the forest falls quiet. No stray spirits stir. With a word, Ethan calls back his Dark Crow and sets off again along the mapped trail. This encounter was little more than a footnote in his journey, the only tangible reward being that the Dark Crow just leveled up. Ethan carefully follows the route marked on his map, pausing often to match nearby landmarks against the charted markers and make sure he isn't straying. It's been nearly 4 hours since he bested that Kairos and its lesser minions, and by now he's pushed a good 30 kilometers into the woodlands. He's left the forest's edge in his wake and is heading toward its deeper heart. Here the trees tower ever higher, their trunks thickening and their branches interlocking overhead. Fewer rays of sunlight penetrate the dense canopy, and the air grows noticeably cooler, carrying with it the hush of an ancient, untouched wilderness. Though the puppet elf's footprints still lingered, the faint tracks of the unicorn foals and the green caterpillars had all but vanished, and even the signs of Bobo's clash with the mighty sparrow had been erased. The elves' power was clearly growing, and not even the Dark Crow's intimidating aura could keep them at bay. With every step Ethan took, more and more daring elves emerged from the shadows. Just moments earlier, Ethan had been gathering fruit from a low branch when he inadvertently crossed into the territory of a powerful elf clan. No sooner had he set foot there than Arata burst up from the earth and launched a ferocious attack. Ethan's scanning chip, blind to threats below ground, had given him no warning, and he was caught completely off guard. Only the reserve of reaction force he'd spent a year building up carried him out of the Rada's deadly grip, but not unscathed. A single swipe from the creature's level 20 front claw, honed by constant digging, left a shallow but painful gash across his hand. Had the blow landed any lower, he risked losing the entire limb. Fury flared in the dark crow's eyes as it saw Ethan wounded. With a harsh cry, it dove into the fray, unleashing a torrent of skills and dark magic straight at the Rada. The storm raged overhead as Ethan pressed onward, rain sluicing down his shoulders. Moments ago, he'd unleashed his signature skill, Dark Crow, against the level 20 elf mercenary Lada, picturing her armor as fragile as a persimmon. Instead, his strike clanged against iron. The backlash knocked him off balance, and he pitched forward with a grunt. Despite the win, he tasted blood. Slowing his breath, Ethan retrieved his med kit. He rinsed the wound with clean water, sprayed a fine mist of antiseptic, and bound the cut with gauze, each movement calm, methodical. He'd mastered field medicine in his previous life. Treating injuries was as natural to him as drawing breath. Not once did he cry out, though pain throbbed across his side. Elves were treacherous foes, swift, far-sighted, and deadly the moment you let your guard down. He couldn't lean on his scanning chip either. Its detection radius was narrow. It failed against long-range archers, lightning-fast skirmishers, and was utterly blind underground. That device had saved him before, but over-reliance spelled disaster. With the last strip of gauze in place, Ethan flexed his injured side. Lada lay defeated in the mud, but this victory felt hollow. Ahead stretched a labyrinth of honeycombed caverns, shadows yawning into the unknown. Curiosity pricked at him, and with it, the grim certainty that more danger lurked in those dripping passages. He sheathed his blade, squared his shoulders, and stepped deeper into the darkness. One by one, the Rada warriors burst from the undergrowth, teeth bared at the dark elf. No intruder who dared harm their people on Rada soil would go unpunished. Though the elves' gleaming armor and swift blades made them seem formidable, they hadn't reckoned on the sheer ferocity and numbers of their opponents. Chapter 35, Dumb Beast. Ethan summoned Dark Crow, feathers bristling with black flame, swept into the clearing like a living arrow. At his precise command, the crow's winged talons raked across Arata's throat. The creature collapsed in a heap of dark fur and dust. For a brief, glorious moment, the battlefield fell silent. Then dozens more Rada poured in from the trees, snarling and snapping. "Retreat!" the crow shrieked, its eyes flashing gold. Ethan didn't hesitate. He grabbed the hand of his elven companion and bolted toward the forest's edge. Thick undergrowth worked in his favor. The bulky Rada, each roughly level 20, plowed through vines and roots with growing frustration, while their smaller cubs, about the size of wolf puppies, lunged madly but were constantly tripped up by thorny brambles. He steered his pursuers into a dense thicket of razor-spined bushes. Ethan's reinforced rocket leather tunic shrugged off the worst of the scratches, but the Rada cubs yelped as they tore at the thorns. The bigger beasts skidded to a halt, snarling as they disentangled themselves from the vicious vines. "Cover me," Ethan called. Above them, the dark crow flapped its wings and called forth a howling gale. A roaring wind sprang from its outstretched feathers, funneling through the clearing and blasting several Rada off their feet. Before they could recover, Ethan gathered a coil of shadowy energy at his fingertips. With a sharp gesture, he unleashed it in a wave of corrupt magic. The ground rippled with dark light as the spell crashed into the pack, sending beast and bush alike crashing backward. Gasping for breath, Ethan hurried on. He could hear the crow's triumphant cry overhead and the groans of frustrated Rada deep in the thicket. He didn't slow until thick trees swallowed the path behind him. Only when he was sure they'd shaken their pursuers did Ethan finally stop. His tunic was nicked and smeared with mud, but intact, and he still had 3 of his summons at his command. He looked up to find the dark crow circling above and the elf at his side, weapon ready. The forest around them was quiet once more. Ethan allowed himself a small, confident grin. The dumb beasts might give chase, but they'd never catch him. Not today. The Radas had become the unwitting targets of the Dark Crow's latest training exercise. Though a handful of them had given chase, none could close in on Ethan. Under the Dark Crow's relentless assault, Their numbers dwindled so fast that the few survivors finally broke off pursuit and burrowed into the earth, desperate to escape any further onslaught. Ethan skidded to a stop and dropped to one knee, hands braced on his thighs as he fought for air. His chest heaved, each breath rasping like the bellows of a forge. His heart pounded against his ribs as if it might burst free. "My body's still too weak," he rasped to himself. Despite the weeks of recovery and training behind him, sprinting full tilt for so long had nearly emptied him of strength. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, mingling with fresh blood that seeped from the gauze wrapped around his injured arm. Each droplet that spattered onto the wound sent a sharp stab of pain racing up his nerves. Only now did he take in his surroundings. In his desperate bid to shake off the Radas, he had veered far off the path he'd meant to follow. Squaring his shoulders, Ethan forced himself to stand. First things first, he needed to find the original trail again. With measured steps, he turned and set off in what he hoped was the right direction, eyes scanning the forest floor for any sign of the route he'd lost. His heart still thundered in his chest, but he would recover. He had to, and once he did, he would be ready for whatever lay ahead. Ethan wiped the sweat from his brow and paused for a moment's rest. Relieved to have a breather, he sat on a mossy rock and carefully examined the wound on his hand. Glancing at the faded landmarks on his worn map, he realized he'd strayed a little off course, but not beyond its farthest edge. If he went any farther, the terrain wouldn't have been charted at all. A clear trickle of water drifted through the trees, accompanied by a fine mist hanging in the air. Ethan recognized it instantly. The small waterfall, marked as the map's final point of interest. He winced as fresh blood welled from his cut and his skin puckered white where sweat had soaked in. A drink and a quick wash would do him good. Gently cradling his exhausted companion, the black crow perched wearily on his shoulder, Ethan unfastened a pouch at his belt and offered a few energy cubes. The bird pecked them down hungrily, its eyes brightening with each bite. Once the crow seemed revitalized, Ethan climbed to his feet and pushed onward through the thick forest. At last, the trees opened onto a rocky glade, and Ethan halted, breathless at the sight before him. A cascade of spring water plummeted over a rugged cliff, sending up a veil of mist so dense it drifted between the trunks of towering ancient trees. Sunlight, which had been blocked by foliage moments before, now streamed through in golden beams. In the fine spray, light and water danced together, refracting into a delicate rainbow that arched across the glen. It was as if he'd stumbled upon a secret oasis, the perfect place to rest, tend his injury, and prepare for whatever lay beyond the map's edge. I noticed Ethan and the dark crow arrive before I even saw them. The water elves who'd been splashing about bolted back into the riverbank, and the scavenging birds took frantic wing. In an instant, the once lively valley fell silent. I paid them no mind and pressed deeper into this untouched ravine. A fine mist rose from the water and brushed coolly against my face. Every elf had fled, except one. At the river's edge lay a lone creature with a pale pink hide. Its tail, the same soft rose color, dipped lazily in the current as it stared emptily ahead. Curious, I stepped closer. Through the drifting mist, its form sharpened into focus. I stopped dead in my tracks. Though the beast's coat was rosy pink, streaks of white washed across its fur, making it look almost luminescent compared to its kin. A variant of the dull beast? A spark of excitement flashed in my eyes. I tapped the chip at my temple. Instantly, lines of data scrolled into view, cataloging the creature before me. Ethan stared at the data screen in disbelief. Pokémon, Glitter-type Water Superpower, Gender Male, Level 20, Nature Independent, Held Item, None Inherited Moves, Sleep, Rain Dance, Teleport. Basic moves, Curse, Yawn, Tackle, Screech, Water Gun, Psychic, Mean Look, TM moves, Calm Mind, Psychoshock, Learner moves, none. Green qualification, and it's actually being evaluated? Ethan whispered, heart pounding. He blinked at the list of inherited and superpower moves. Teleport alone was a game changer, perfect for chasing down foes or making a quick getaway. Even a run-of-the-mill Pokémon would skyrocket in value with that one ability. Judging by these stats, Glitter, a Pokémon everyone had dismissed as dull, must actually possess elite superpower potential. Glitter himself glanced up at Ethan and the dark-winged elf standing beside him, his expression untroubled. He'd grown so accustomed to surprise stares, his unusual green hue had marked him as different from hatchling to now. Nothing about today's reactions ruffled him. He simply tilted his head and waited for the next command. Ethan wasn't especially wary of strangers, but every time he tried to interact with others, something felt off. The elves treated him like a living oddity, an undiscovered species, rather than just another dumb beast. In truth, he was exactly that, a simple creature. What set him apart was his temperament. The rest of his kind was famously lazy. They lounged in the sun until the heat drove them to nap, and even the appearance of a foe would hardly stir them from their lethargy. Not Ethan. He lived for action. At the first hint of danger, he'd spring to his feet, rush forward, and be the first to strike. Battle after battle, he discovered he loved the clash of combat. For 2 years, he tried to keep pace with his sluggish pack, but their indolence frustrated him. While they basked in the sunlight, Ethan ran exercise drills. When they dozed through midday, he pushed himself through sword forms. Even as they sat dazed in the shade, he raced laps around them. His relentless energy and eagerness to fight eventually became too much, and the others shunned him for it. In a community built on inertia, Ethan's fiery spirit simply didn't belong. After countless fruitless negotiations with the patriarch, the goblin had given up and slipped away on its own. It hoped that by wandering off, it might learn to behave like the other dumb beasts, wandering in a haze day after day, and eventually win its way back into the tribe's favor. So when Ethan and his familiar dark crow approached, the creature sat perfectly still, doing nothing but mimicry, because that was all it knew to do. What else could a so-called dull beast do in that predicament? It couldn't stop the ceaseless chatter in its own mind, and so it simply copied whatever it saw, growing more absurd by the minute. In a way, it was almost comical, a beast so foolish it practiced being foolish, desperate to earn someone's approval, desperate not to be alone. Ethan observed it with a cool, detached curiosity. To him, it looked no different from any other mindless goblin, save for its pathetic, unwavering need to belong. With hardly a second thought, Ethan made up his mind to break its spirit and bend it to his will. "Dark Crow," he said, voice calm and confident, "let's give our friend here a proper introduction to its new companion. Unleash the arcane wave." He smiled, certain that this time the goblin would have no choice but to obey. Ethan stood firm, convinced that his raw talent and newfound skills were more than enough to meet the challenge. "Caw!" The dark crow flapped its wings in excitement, eager to welcome a worthy companion. But it was also bluntly clear, in actual combat, it would abandon him at the first sign of weakness. If Ethan couldn't master at least one of its signature moves, he simply wasn't qualified. A wave of pure malice coursed through the crow's inky feathers, and pitch-black filaments of energy spiraled outward. They forged themselves into a tangible force at Ethan's feet, the crow's coveted malice surge. He'd spent the entire morning wrestling that dark power, and although he still couldn't summon it with perfect control, his progress was undeniable. Nearby, the dull beast quivered. Any buildup of this evil system energy sickened it to the core, no more so than now, as those malevolent threads wove themselves through the air. The creature shed its inconspicuous camouflage in an instant. Its once blank stare sharpened into a noble gaze, and for the first time fascination lit up its massive eyes. Ethan caught his breath. What? Clearly, this beast was far from ordinary, but there was no time to linger over his surprise. With the faintest screech, the dark crow's malice surge condensed into a single, bristling wave, and in the very next heartbeat it struck, its power unleashed in full. Ethan watched as the spreading malice homed in on the creature that had only just staggered to its feet. Yet the beast showed no sign of fear. Though the stifling weight of Dark Raven's evil energy pressed down on it, its years of combat experience kept it steady. Calmly, it opened its jaws and unleashed a high-pressure jet of water, sharp and swift like a bullet. The torrent sliced straight through the dark wave and struck Dark Raven full in the chest. A crack sounded as the beast took the counterblow. The raven's corrupted skill dealt double damage, and the creature cried out, its eyes flashing with feral intensity. It had been holding its instinctive nature in check, but Dark Raven's brutal attack had reignited that primitive ferocity. Before the raven could recover, the beast redirected its water gun and struck again. Surprised, Dark Raven hesitated to unleash another wave of malice. It hadn't expected its opponent to hide and fight back so decisively. Chapter 36. Subdue. Ethan gripped the weighted remote control and recalled Dark Crow. Across the clearing, a level 20 dumb beast stood ready, its emerald hide shimmering in the late afternoon light. This creature, despite its clumsy nickname, was no easy opponent. Normally, Dark Crow's binding protocols and supernatural abilities overwhelmed lesser beasts, but against this foe, every power seemed to falter. He released Dark Crow from its restraints. The demon raven swooped down, wings beating like thunder. Yet it greeted the dumb beast not with triumph, but with caution. It, too, felt the brute's raw strength pressing in on every side. Superpowers, Ethan knew, were useless against an evil spirit like Dark Crow, but that only meant Ethan had to rely on the bird's natural prowess. The dumb beast bared its teeth and lunged, unleashing its signature water gun skill. A high-pressure jet of water blasted toward Dark Crow, more potent than any mere squirt. The raven twisted in midair, dodging the torrent by a hair's breadth, then retaliated with deadly talons. Claws and teeth clashed in a ferocious dance. The ground trembled beneath their feet as each combatant tested the other's limits. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, Dark Crow forced the dumb beast onto its haunches, panting with exertion. The creature slumped to the ground, its limbs trembling, yet its emerald eyes shone with undiminished fire. There was exhaustion in that gaze, but also exhilaration, a fierce, almost celebratory joy at being pushed to its ultimate edge. Ethan exhaled slowly. He knew the battle was won for now, but in those bright, defiant eyes, he saw a spirit that refused to be broken, and somehow that made this victory feel all the more profound. Ethan watched the strange beast intently, even as he continued directing Dark Crow's attacks. It occurred to him that its loneliness couldn't be explained by its odd skin tone alone. Its fierce, unpredictable temperament must have driven others away. If it weren't for its blunt, brutish features, he might have mistaken it for one of the warlike elves. Dark Crow, vicious wave. Double damage, Ethan ordered. He'd noticed the beast was already pushing itself past its limits. One more powerful strike should knock it out of the fight. Though the monstrous raven was winded, it obeyed in an instant. Dark Crow gathered its dark power in a single breath and unleashed a devastating, vicious wave. The blast slammed into the beast, and its snarled defiance vanished. Teeth bared, the creature collapsed to its knees, utterly spent and utterly defeated. Ethan surveyed the fallen creature with a mix of anticipation and satisfaction. Though its level surpassed even that of his Dark Crow and it excelled at special powers, it lay helpless. Its inability to tap into those abilities had sealed its fate from the very start. Defeat was only a matter of time, and Ethan welcomed every moment he could prolong the fight. Across the field, the dull beast, numb to emotion, yet driven by an obsessive hunger for battle, stirred sluggishly under the looming threat of capture. To it, the very notion of power was a constant itch, even in unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Ethan flung a super ball at the creature's side. No sooner had it struck than he followed with an elven ball, which embedded itself squarely in the dull beast's flank. The super ball spun on the rocky ground, its central seam throbbing with an uneasy red glow. Kneeling beside the quivering orb, Ethan couldn't resist a taunt. "Come on, you stubborn brute," he murmured, fingers brushing the pulsating surface. "Follow me into endless battles." As if roused by his words, the super ball rattled violently for over 10 seconds. Then, with a final hollow thud, its red light winked out and the trembling subsided. Silence fell across the field. Only the promise of countless fights yet to come remained. Ethan watched as Dumb Beast finally collapsed beneath his assault. He snatched up the Master Ball from the damp grass and pressed the release button. A beam of crimson light burst forth, and in its glow, the pale pink form of Dumb Beast reappeared on the earth. The creature stirred immediately, its heavy eyelids flicking open. Though still wounded and unable to rise, it was fully conscious. Ethan settled onto the wet ground and gently lifted Dumb Beast into his lap. He studied its wide, frightened eyes and spoke softly. "It's all right. You're safe now. From today onward, we'll be companions. And this," he continued, turning to the large black bird perched nearby, "is Dark Crow. I know you two didn't exactly get off on the right foot, but you'll need to learn to work together." Dark Crow let out a sharp caw and bobbed its head in a stiff nod, still wary, but willing to try. After all, when it first joined Ethan, it had been just as hostile. Ethan watched in mild surprise as the foolish beast showed no trace of resentment toward the Dark Crow. It had clearly been a long time since the creature had fought alongside anyone, and now, in the heat of battle, it seemed to welcome the partnership. Its enormous glossy eyes shone with delight as it let out a soft, contented "yeah." The Dark Crow exhaled in relief, then cocked its head to one side, studying this powerful ally with renewed curiosity. Ethan understood the unspoken exchange between them. He smiled and produced a vial of healing spray from his belt. With a few precise pumps, he misted the beast's battered hide. "Yeah, yeah," came the creature's pleased reply as the spray soothed festering wounds and even lightened the dark scars left by evil energy. When Ethan finished, the beast threw back its head and cried out loudly, its eyes locking onto his with a tender mix of trust and gratitude. Gone was the fierce, battle-ready loyalty from moments ago. Now it was pure affection, and Ethan felt a warm swell of triumph in his chest. Ethan grinned and shook his head. "You big oaf, you're on my side now. Next time, at least run it by me before you act." He reached down to his belt and drew out a pale, yellow, cube-shaped energy block, the same type of yellow fruit energy cube the Dark Crow used earlier. These mid-grade cubes could restore some of a creature's spent potential. "Here." He handed it to the beast. Without hesitation, the creature swallowed the cube whole. Its round eyes immediately went wide with pleasure, and a low groan of delight escaped its throat. 10 seconds later, the rush faded, and the beast's expression changed to one of astonishment. Ever since it had unlocked its racial trait, the creature had sensed that, although its body felt powerful, it could only muster 8 points of strength, always 1 point shy of its true potential. Now, however, after consuming Ethan's energy cube, it felt a surge of power that let it use 9 points. It wasn't back to full strength yet, but the improvement was unmistakable. Ethan chuckled and patted the creature on the shoulder. "Looks like you really love these energy cubes, don't you, you big dummy?" The beast let out a happy grunt in response, rubbing its belly and looking far more confident than before. Ethan crouched before the creature, meeting its uncertain gaze. "Don't try to mimic the other beasts," he said gently. "You're you. Just be yourself." At his words, the creature's aura flickered and wavered. It had been losing its qualifications, sacrificing its true nature in a futile attempt to copy those around it. But Ethan offered no scorn, no disgust, only calm acceptance. The beast's tense posture relaxed. A low, rumbling laugh escaped its throat, sounding almost relieved. As it let down its guard, its form, still bestial, grew more defined. The dull haze in its oversized eyes cleared, replaced by a sharp, focused gleam. After all, eyes are the windows to the soul, and now you could see its true desire for battle, no longer held back. Ethan allowed himself a small smile. Only by embracing its own nature could the creature reclaim its power, even if that nature differed from every other beast in the wild. Time would tell if this was the right path, but the results spoke for themselves. Thanks to the Huango energy block and the beast's own recuperative strength, its original qualifications had been fully restored. For the time being, it would rely on the energy block to sustain its power, but with its true self finally released, that reliance would not last forever. Ethan glanced at his injured creature, its mottled hide scorched and torn. He still needed more of these dull beasts if he wanted to keep experimenting, and this one was far too damaged to heal quickly, even with his medical spray. To raise them properly in the future, he'd have to design specialized energy modules just for their physiology. He'd even spotted a compact hybrid formula in the chip database, one that combined water system cells with his superpower conduits. "Can you walk on your own, buddy?" Ethan asked, crouching beside the creature. "Let's find somewhere dry to work on you." The clearing they'd been using as a watering hole was soggy and unsuitable for a makeshift workshop. And although the beast was only about a meter long, it tipped the scales at nearly 40 kilos. No way Ethan could carry it himself. The creature gave a soft, approving grunt and blinked, its eyes flickering with a gentle blue light. Ethan reached out, activating his power field. A humming aura wrapped around the beast, and Ethan felt its weight shift. First lighter, then entirely gone. In seconds, the creature hovered about 10 centimeters off the ground, suspended in midair by Ethan's ability alone. "Perfect," he murmured. "Let's get you somewhere dry, and I'll start repairing you and designing those new energy blocks." With a thought, he guided the floating beast toward a rocky outcrop where he could set up his tools and get to work. Ethan closed his eyes and reached out, probing the mind of the injured beast. A thrill ran through him as he sensed its immense surge energy and exquisite control, true rarity in the wild. This creature was something special, a genuine treasure. As long as he didn't disturb the evil spirit lurking within, Ethan was confident he could tame its power without risk. Mounting his floating steed, with the dark crow circling overhead, Ethan left the misty valley behind. He guided them to a stretch of dry, level ground and set to work gathering firewood. By the time the sun stood high in the sky, he'd built a small blaze. It was noon, and hunger gnawed at him. The beast lay a short distance away, too badly wounded to stir. Its internal injuries, residual fallout from the spirit's trials, would take time to heal. That meant a steady supply of Huangguo energy cubes would be essential. Ethan turned to the crow. "Fetch us enough fish for a proper meal," he instructed. "More protein will speed the recovery." The crow cawed in agreement and swooped down toward a nearby stream. Ethan skewered 2 fish on a sharpened stick and held them over the flames. The crisp scent of roasting meat filled the air. As the crow returned triumphant, Ethan retrieved a small device from his pack, the energy block synthesizer he hadn't touched in weeks. He set it beside the fire and began loading it with yellow fruit pulp. The machine hummed to life, converting pulp into gleaming cubes of concentrated energy. Soon he'd have enough to sustain both the beast and himself until they could travel again. With lunch nearly ready and a fresh batch of Huangguo cubes forming, Ethan allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Today's haul might prove to be the breakthrough he'd been chasing. Under the watchful gaze of the dark crow and the big, unblinking eyes of the sluggish beast, Ethan worked without pause to produce another batch of energy blocks. Now that he had mastered his tools, crafting intermediate-grade power cores was almost routine for him. He simply loaded all the amber energy cubes the creature required into the grinder and waited for them to solidify. Fortunately, his reserves were still plentiful, so the dozy beast could rely on these freshly forged cubes to restore its vitality, starting today. Chapter 37. A busy afternoon. Ethan glanced over his 2 newest charges, both elves whose raw talent ratings left something to be desired. According to the standard classification, they fell into the green tier, which meant they required external guidance, energy blocks, to bring their abilities up to par. On paper, that sounded like a serious handicap. But as any seasoned trainer knows, innate talent is only the starting point. What really counts is an elf's attitude toward battle and the willingness to push through grueling training. It's often said that diligence can bridge the talent gap, and to a point, it's true. Green-rated elves aren't born for combat the way those in the red tier are, and you won't see them instinctively mastering spells or swordplay overnight. Yet with enough hard work, even a yellow tier elf can surpass a green tier rival of equal level. The catch? The amount of effort required grows exponentially the wider the talent gap. A few extra weeks of drills might be enough to edge out a similarly gifted peer, but closing the distance between green and red? That would demand months, maybe years, of relentless practice. Ethan tapped his chin thoughtfully. He'd heard the adage that mastery is 1% talent and 99% effort, but he knew it only held true when the starting talents were at least in the same ballpark. Still, he believed in earning progress. He waved his hand, and a pair of glowing energy blocks drifted into the training paddock. It wouldn't instantly transform these 2 underdogs into champions, but it would give them a fighting chance. And if their determination matched his own, there was no telling how far they might rise. If talent gaps grow too wide, even the most gifted can become their own worst enemy on the path to greatness. So when Ethan discovered that his simple-minded companion not only had an unusually high emerald rank aptitude, but also a fierce love of combat, he knew he'd found a treasure. Coupled with his own extraordinary gift, They outclassed even a typical Cyan rank elf. After today's battle, the Dark Crow had leveled up again, now at level 17, a shockingly fast rate of growth. With a level 17 Dark Crow at his side and a level 20 Simpleton Beast, Ethan felt bold enough to explore every corner of the forest. Add the beast's genetic power to teleport in an instant, and they were virtually unbeatable, no matter the opponent. A rich aroma of grilled fish drifted from the campfire. The Simpleton Beast, unused to such a scent, sniffed the air, its little nose twitching in surprise as it stared at the sizzling fillets. Ethan had trained this creature on fish for weeks and seasoned it with care. The savory smell made its salivary glands race, and a single droplet of drool glistened at the tip of its beak. "Quack!" it exclaimed, utterly captivated by the feast before them. "Quack!" The onyx crow addressed the big, dim-witted beast, patting its head affectionately with a wing. Pride shone in the crow's eye, pride in its role as trainer. "Ah, boom, boom," the beast replied, its head tilting as if to ask, "What's the tastiest part? When do we start eating?" "Gah," the crow answered in turn. Of course, he was usually in charge of mealtimes, but even he had no idea when these grilled fish would finally be ready. Nearby, Aya exchanged quick gestures with her two elven companions, though Ethan hadn't a clue what the crow's squawks and the beast's grunts meant, and they certainly didn't understand each other's languages. Their intentions were perfectly clear. Everyone wanted to eat. With a silent nod, the elves helped lift the sizzling fish off the coals and into a waiting pot. Ethan handed out bowls of steaming rice, and no sooner had he settled back than the onyx crow launched itself into the pot, swallowing fish and bones alike with ease. To a creature blessed with such a powerful digestive system, fish bones were barely more troublesome than twigs. Ethan laughed. This motley kitchen staff, Aya, her elves, the crow, the beast, was as unconventional as it was efficient, and tonight, at least, everyone would be well fed. Ethan set 3 steaming grilled fish before the mute beast and ruffled its silky pink head. "Here you go. This is for you. Dig in." The creature's round eyes went wide. Never before had it tasted food so rich or felt such kindness. It gobbled the fish with joyful abandon, tears welling in its big glossy eyes as it finished all 3 fillets in record time, well ahead of the Dark Crow, which pecked at its own portion in a more leisurely fashion. When both animals finally sat back, sated, Ethan clapped his hands. "All right, that's enough feasting. Dark Crow, let's begin your training. And you," he nodded at the mute beast, "you need to rest and recover your strength. Remember, we're only here one day, so don't waste a single moment. Progress in both magic and martial arts demands constant practice, and we've only just begun." Ethan knew his first and most urgent task was to recover, not just physically, but to restore the qualifications that determined the ceiling of his future growth. Only when his body was fully healed could he resume proper training and allow the energy block to rebuild his abilities to their fullest. Understood, Gorn, the simple-minded beast, as he watched Dark Crow push himself through another grueling drill. Gorn didn't resent losing today. After all, Crow's relentless effort had simply outmatched him. Still, seeing the crow's dedication stirred his own desire to train. Ethan caught Gorn's longing glance and shook his head gently. He knew that any exertion now would only risk re-injury. Stepping forward, Ethan offered a reassuring smile and ruffled Gorn's coarse fur. "Rest first," Ethan said firmly. "Let your wounds heal before you think about sparring again. In the meantime, if you really feel restless, use your willpower. Lift that boulder." He pointed to a massive stone, nearly as tall as Gorn himself. With a nod, Gorn lumbered forward, ready to channel his strength, quietly content to follow Ethan's orders and heal at his own pace. Ethan settled himself on a flat rock, surveying the clearing where the Dark Raven and the so-called foolish beast trained. In their last encounter, the beast had discovered, much to its frustration, that its superpowered attacks had no effect on the Dark Raven, so despite its wounds, it had held back, preserving its inner reservoir of energy. Now, as the Raven circled overhead, Ethan knew the beast's power was still surging beneath its skin. Ethan called out calmly, "Focus on your mind. Let nothing distract you." At his words, the beast's round eyes flickered with cobalt light. A palpable hum filled the air, and 6 large stones at the edge of the clearing trembled, then levitated, suspended by an invisible force. The beast had never formally practiced its powers before. Ethan had thought its raw ability was all it needed. But this was training too, a way to cultivate control and precision. A faint grin tugged at Ethan's lips. If the beast realized how untrained it truly was, how much potential still lay dormant, it might shake its head in disbelief. Meanwhile, with his 2 charges engrossed in practice, he could at last relax and enjoy his lunch. Later that afternoon, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, the dark raven and the beast continued their rigorous drills, oblivious to the passing hours. Ethan bent over a workbench he'd set up against a nearby tree trunk, carefully molding a new batch of energy blocks, specialized power cells designed to help the beast sustain its abilities over longer periods. It was delicate work, but vital. Once finished, these blocks would give the beast the extra boost it needed in future battles. As sunlight dappled the forest floor, Ethan worked steadily, confident that by evening, both the dark raven and the beast would be stronger and more formidable than ever before. Ethan placed the last fragment of the Huango energy cube on his wooden workbench and prepared to fuse it with the new water and superpower cubes. For the team's dull beasts, D specially selected the magic blue energy block, a sweet, pale blue crystal that significantly enhances both water intake and superpower absorption. Under the lab's soft glow, the block's translucent facets caught the light, promising a remarkable boost in the beast's vitality. As he lined up the components, Ethan couldn't help but reflect on his makeshift setup. Despite every other device at the rocket base undergoing constant upgrades, his energy block press remained the same simple wooden mold he'd inherited when he first arrived on the trial island. It wasn't for lack of better equipment. The station surely had advanced machines capable of automating the entire process. But Ethan knew that any conspicuously modern apparatus would invite questions. How could an orphan with no connections to the legendary elf crafters suddenly be fabricating flawless energy blocks? A high-tech press might produce blocks faster, but it would also spark rumors, and Ethan wanted no distractions, so he stuck with the old wooden press. Yes, it slowed production, but its unremarkable appearance kept him under the radar. Besides, the truly sophisticated block-making tools simply weren't available here. With a quiet resolve, Ethan adjusted the mold one more time and resumed his careful work. Quality was all that mattered. Ethan moved with machine-like precision. Guided by the onboard chip's exact instructions, he methodically sliced, ground, mashed, stirred, and separated every ingredient for the energy cubes, never pausing, never hesitating. With each finished step, the chip promptly lit up with the next task, and within 2 hours, Ethan had produced enough intermediate energy blocks to sustain the dull beasts for weeks. He stared at the tall vats brimming with glowing essence, knowing that in mere moments they'd solidify into priceless power cores. All the while, the dark crows and dull beasts trained without respite at his side. Though his focus remained on fabrication, Ethan diverted a fraction of his own energy to bolster their exercises. Whenever they faltered or wasted effort, he offered precise pointers, steering them away from needless detours and back onto an efficient path of progress. His keen eye for improvement wasn't born of this life alone. In a past existence, Ethan had reigned as a quasi-king among the elves. Though he'd never personally cultivated dull beasts, his station had granted him deep insight into the strengths and weaknesses of low-tier races. He had painstakingly studied creatures like the dark crows from his earliest days as an elf, and that thorough knowledge now gave him an uncanny edge in honing their training. As the final energy blocks began to take shape, he allowed himself the smallest, satisfied smile. Everything was unfolding exactly as he intended. Although the Dark Raven project had ultimately been abandoned, there was no denying the elves had invested heavily in it. The creature in Ethan's care, a rare water element beast of a super elf lineage, posed its own mysteries. Ethan already understood the basics of training elite elf types, but unlocking latent superpowers was still largely uncharted territory. Fortunately, the beast's natural aptitude was extraordinary. With just a bit of guidance from Ethan, it could progress quickly. Ethan felt confident that once the beast's body was fully restored, they would be ready for their mission. Deeper in the forest, the elves' power levels would only continue to rise, so they planned to avoid encounters with high-level elves whenever possible. If they were forced into a confrontation, the beast's lightning-fast reflexes would ensure a swift exit from the battlefield. 2 hours later, the creature's stamina had steadily returned. Under Ethan's watchful eye, it underwent an extended training session that combined rigorous physical conditioning with water manipulation drills. By the end, the beast's body was honed back to peak condition, strong, agile, and ready for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 38. Stormy thunder boomed overhead as a jagged bolt of lightning split the sky. What had been a brilliant blue expanse was suddenly swallowed by rolling dark clouds that blotted out the sun. With each crash of thunder, the storm front crept closer until it filled the heavens. At Ethan's side, the little creature, always more sensitive to changes in the air, grew restless. Its tiny, pale pink hand tugged anxiously at his pant leg as it chirped urgently and pointed skyward. Rain was coming, and from the look on its face, it wasn't going to be a light shower. "I know," Ethan said, his eyes narrowing at the gathering storm. "We need to find shelter, fast." The thunder hadn't been mere decoration. The downpour would hit any moment. At the sound of his words, the creature's eyes lit up. It gave Ethan's trousers another determined tug, as if saying, "This way, quick!" Ethan glanced in the direction it was pointing. "Oh," he murmured, curiosity piqued. "Do you know where to stay dry?" Ethan asked, reading the silent creature's gesture and intent gaze, a gift of his superpowered elven heritage. Nodding once, the beast pointed toward the distant falls. "Dark Raven, come with us," Ethan said. "Let's follow him and find shelter from the storm." At his command, the raven abandoned its aerial drills and turned to join them. The beast's wounds had nearly healed. A faint blue glow slipped from his eyes as he lifted himself onto his paws. He'd never summoned his will so directly to support his weight, but Ethan's confidence spurred him into swift motion. Together, with Dark Raven circling overhead, Ethan and the creature retraced their steps to the base of the waterfall. The sky had grown leaden, the air thick with moisture, and soon the first heavy drops began to fall. One by one, the water elves who had taken refuge below the falls surfaced once more. The Carp King broke the surface with regal grace, followed by the coil serpent and its frog-like kin. The horned goldfish and the king of goldfish shimmered in the dim light, while Ubo, Marilyn, and dozens more emerged in turn. These aquatic elves, common throughout the Guandu region, gathered at the water's edge, each seeking shelter from the rising storm. Ethan was used to the steady glare of those scanner beams and the parade of data chips flickering before his eyes, each one projecting a different Pokémon's profile. Most were rated in red, a few orange, but none held enough promise to make him pause. With a satisfied hum, he tucked the scanner away and stepped outside. Immediately, the mist from the waterfall's roar enveloped him. In seconds, moisture clung to his clothes. The air was so thick he could taste it. Beside him, his dark crow fared even worse. Its jet-black feathers, normally sleek and glossy, hung heavy and drooping. Every frustrated flap sent a fine spray of droplets cascading into the humid air. The bird let out an aggravated caw and shook itself, trying in vain to shake off the mist. Ethan gently ruffled its wings. "Hang in there," he said. "I know you hate the wet." He motioned it forward. "Come on, let's see what's ahead." Together, they picked their way across slick stones to the waterfall's edge. The thunderous crash of water swallowed all other sound. Through the curtain of spray, the dark crow cocked its head, then, brimming with resolve, darted through the cascade. Ethan squinted, peering into the veil of white. Moments later, the crow reappeared, letting loose a triumphant caw. Ethan raised an eyebrow. "So, you found something back there?" He wiped a line of water from his brow and peered through the thinnest gap in the falling sheet. A yawning darkness beckoned. "A cave, huh? All right, let's check it out." With that, he stepped into the mist and followed his guide into the unknown. Ethan paused at the foot of the waterfall, expecting nothing more than a curtain of rushing water, but there was no natural hollow behind it, only solid rock. At his subtle gesture, the creature bowed low, its eyes suddenly alight with an electric blue glow. Channeling it, psychic power, it sliced a narrow tunnel through the tumbling cascade, just wide enough for a single person to pass. In truth, The creature could have slipped through on its own, but recognizing how much Ethan and his dark raven companion despised getting soaked, it had gone out of its way to carve a dry path for them. Ethan offered a quick nod of thanks, then he and the raven darted into the newly revealed grotto. Once they'd vanished behind the curtain of water, the creature relinquished its hold on the falls and climbed up beneath the full force of the torrent. The spray pounded its hide, but it stood firm, barely shifting under the onslaught. "Well done," Ethan called back. "You saved us a soggy mess." He turned. The raven perched on his shoulder and moved deeper into the cavern. Flickering torchlight revealed smooth, damp walls and a floor littered with mossy stones. Ethan lingered by the entrance for a moment, studying the creature's poised relief. Clearly, this hidden grotto was its sanctuary, a place it had called home for who knew how long. It seldom ventured out, which made Ethan all the more grateful that fate had guided them here. With a final glance at the creature, he pressed on, eager to uncover the secrets waiting within the cave's shadowy depths. Ethan pressed deeper into the cavern behind the falls. As he went farther in, the humid mist vanished and the air grew noticeably drier. No doubt the roaring curtain of water outside kept most of the moisture at bay. Relieved to escape the dank gloom, he swept forward on silent wings, the rush of his flight helping to shake off the last beads of water from his feathers. Not long after, the cricket song began, a rising chorus that told him rain had finally arrived beyond the rock. The pounding of the new downpour blended with the thunder of the waterfall, forging nature's own symphony. Fresh droplets slipped through cracks in the stone roof, reviving the cave's air and sharpening its scent of earth and fallen leaves. At the first tease of clear light, Ethan glided to the cliff's edge and peered through the living veil of water. The view was blurred, but through sheer force of will, his bonded spirit, the silent, telepathic beast at his side, parted a tiny window in the cascade. Through that portal, the hidden wonders of the valley revealed themselves. Below, along the shore and drifting in the shallows, water sprites of every hue sparked to life. Schools of ordinary koi carp and horned goldfish wove among ferns, but even more striking were a handful of rarer fish, silver-scaled glimmers that flickered like living stars beneath the falling rain. Ethan watched, enthralled, as this secret world unveiled its treasures, each creature shaped by the forest's ancient magic. "Is this it?" Ethan whispered, his breath catching as he watched a cluster of elf-like figures flicker across the rain-slicked water. Among the familiar silhouettes, one figure stood apart, its slender form cloaked in iridescent scales, two long, whip-like tentacles trailing behind it, and a broad, fan-shaped tail that shimmered with every drop of rain. "A Minas," he breathed, astonishment and excitement mingling in his voice. "I never dreamed this spring was pure enough to harbor a wild Minas." Minas were the legendary evolved form of the so-called ugly fish. Ordinary specimens were weak and drab, incapable of combat, and they could only undergo their remarkable transformation by acquiring the fabled beauty scale, an artifact so rare it was all but mythical. Even within the famed Elven League, most scholars believed the ugly fish had no hope of evolution, dismissing them as inferior to even the common carp. Now, here it was before him, nature's miracle in living form. Ethan's pulse quickened as a single, irresistible thought surged to the forefront of his mind. He had to capture this Minas. Ethan didn't know exactly what special traits these creatures possessed, but the fact that they could evolve unchecked in the wild told him at once they weren't ordinary elves. For a moment he felt a rose, of excitement. Why not brave the rain and challenge the Minas, those beings beloved by all elves? But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. The riverbank was too far from where he stood, and he had no idea how powerful the Minas really were. A reckless charge would leave him apologizing to every elf in the area. Sensing his hesitation, Aya gave him a knowing shake of the head and dismissed the notion. Instead, Ethan settled into quiet observation. Beyond the graceful shapes of the Minas gliding through the shallows, he noticed flashes of other, rarer elves. The most striking were the occasional Jenny turtles, their shells gleaming with an otherworldly light. Even more surprising was a lone Mikami elf, wild and free, slipping beneath the surface. Its unexpected appearance suggested there might be a small colony of Jenny turtles hidden somewhere upstream. These water-dwelling elves, collectively called Usangia, inhabit only the Kanto region, and the Alliance keeps a tight grip on them. Whenever a wild group is discovered, Alliance agents move in at once to capture and contain them, ensuring none slip beyond their reach. Watching them now, Ethan realized just how precious and how vulnerable these rare beings truly were. Ethan knew that in the untamed wilds there were always stragglers, rogue trainers outside the Alliance who still managed to keep Usangia elves. But after years of the League's expansion, running into one of those wild specimens had become virtually impossible. Beyond the borders of the Alliance, even the Rockets dared not impose their will. Ethan decided he'd focus instead on a more attainable quarry, the wild Jenny turtles he'd heard splashing through these marshes. He made up his mind that once the storm cleared, he'd set out in search of the Jenny turtle pack. If fortune smiled on him, he might even subdue a high-quality Royal 3 elf. Having already claimed the mindless beast for his roster, he no longer worried about lacking the resources to train a new elf. Fresh from the Gratian trials, Ethan slipped back into his old role as an elf hunter. With the enhanced capture chip at his disposal, he was certain his next expeditions would net him more than enough spoils to nurture his own team. But tranquility proved short-lived. Under Mina's watchful eye, the young elves had been splashing joyfully in the remaining puddles when a bone-shaking roar rent the air. A deafening dragon call echoed across the lake, and a colossal elf erupted from the water, its massive form dripping, its presence impossible to ignore. A sudden surge in the lake's current sent shockwaves through the elf ranks. In an instant, the surface ruptured as a massive, carp-like behemoth, the Tyrannosaurus dragon, erupted from the depths. Its sheer size and menacing glare froze the elves in their tracks. "Mina!" someone cried, but it was already too late. Mina instinctively launched herself forward, cutting through the water like an arrow. She positioned herself directly between the dragon and her trembling companions. The dragon snarled, its long tail thrashing the water into froth. It had been roused from a deep slumber by the elves' cheerful chatter and was now seething with irritation. With a guttural roar that echoed across the lake, it summoned a brilliant yellow energy between its jaws, a beam of pure destruction. Mina's heart pounded as the searing light lunged toward her. The water around her bubbled and boiled under the beam's intensity, but she refused to falter. Raising her arms, she created a glimmering shield of magic, absorbing the full force of the attack. Even as the deadly blast rattled through the lake, the elves behind her swam to safety, shielded by her unwavering courage. Chapter 39, Goda Duck Prestige. Ethan barely had a moment to take it all in before the clash between Minas and the Tyrannosaurus thundered away across the lake, their forms shrinking against the distant shore. All he could make out were blistering beams of lethal light erupting from the water in towering columns, then vanishing into the forest beyond. "Damn, that's some fight," Ethan muttered under his breath. "I'm lucky I didn't wade in and try to take on Minas myself. After seeing that display, I'd wager both elves are at least level 40. No sooner had Minas and the Tyrannosaurus broken off their duel than the other elves, still shaken, sprinted for cover. The vibrant life that had filled the lakeside moments before was gone, and the relentless rain turned everything to mist and shadow. With the beast's unnatural hold lifted, the waterfall's roar softened back into its natural cascade. Ethan slipped back into his shelter, found a spot to sit, and pulled his knees close as he waited for the storm to pass. Outside, water dripped steadily from stalactites, plinking into puddles around him. He closed his eyes and whispered to himself, "I want to fight at that level, where I don't need anyone else's help. I refuse to be at the mercy of others ever again. This time, no matter what, I won't give up." Ethan watched the black crochet droplets from its wings and the mute beast stand patiently at his side. He made a silent promise to both of them. 30 minutes later, the downpour finally let up. With the simple beast's steadying presence, Ethan stepped from the cave hidden behind the waterfall. The storm had drenched the forest, but in its wake, every leaf and blade of grass glistened with new life. Sunlight pierced through the retreating clouds, bathing the woods in a golden glow. Walking across dew-soaked grass, Ethan left the lakeshore behind, accompanied by his two companions. He'd meant to spend a full day here, nursing the mute beast back to health and forging a fresh set of energy blocks, but the unexpected storm cut his schedule short. Fortunately, the beast recovered swiftly, and the energy blocks are already formed. Now they only need time to fully harden. With the rain gone and the air clear, Ethan followed the riverbank, eager to find the Jenny turtles he'd spotted earlier. Ethan had good reason to believe a small colony of Jenny turtles lived along this stretch of riverbank. Yesterday's heavy downpour had swollen the river and driven most of the creatures underwater, so he had no choice but to stick to the grassy shore. The ground was uneven and slick with raindrops, and before long his legs were soaked through. Once the runoff settled, the water usually turned crystal clear, perfect for spotting aquatic elementals. But today's sightings were disappointing. Nothing but common carp kings schooling in the shallows and the odd horned goldfish glinting beneath the surface. Thinking of how rare and valuable the Usangia spirits were, Ethan decided there was no point in using precious resources to try taming these run-of-the-mill elementals. He pressed on for over 10 kilometers without so much as a glimpse of a Jenny turtle. A few genuinely rare water elementals flickered through the deeper pools, but his sluggish companion beast lacked the speed or will to give chase. No sense in wasting effort on them either. Ethan let out a weary sigh and whispered to himself, "Looks like I'll have to rely on a little luck." Ethan's chest swelled with pride as he thought about how effortlessly he'd subdued those foolish beasts. Hunting down a Jenny turtle had been nothing more than a passing fancy. If he stumbled upon an exceptional one, all the better. If not, no great loss. With that in mind, he let his focus drift away from the water elves dancing just beneath the surface. "It's time to head back soon," he murmured, glancing up at the slate-gray sky. He took a step forward, but then, as if summoned by fate, an accident jolted him to a halt. In a single fluid motion, a light blue elf burst from the stream and Lan, dead heavily just yards ahead. Ethan's brow knotted. "Gotha duck," he breathed. He'd never seen this creature during the recent downpour, nor, for that matter, had he spotted even a single Kita duck when rain had obscured his vision. Now, as the Gotha duck settled onto the bank, a dark crow swooped in to flank it, its beady eyes fixed on Ethan. The uncanny air of power radiating from the duck set his instincts on fire. This was no ordinary opponent. Ethan's eyes flickered with anticipation, and in the air before him, a translucent data readout sprang to life, detailing exactly how formidable this Gotha duck truly was. Ethan tapped his water scanner one more time. The holographic display flickered to life, detailing the wild Pokémon before them. Name, Gotha duck. Yellow, gender male, level 38, type water, ability, moisture. Held item, known moves, inherited Mud Bomb, Yawn. Basic moves, Water Gun, Play Rough, Scratch, Tail Whip, Squirt, Psych Up, Water Pulse, Icy Wind, Hydro Tail, Dive, Calm Mind, Confuse Ray, Hydro Pump, Iron Tail, Freeze Punch. Kingmu's usually easygoing face suddenly tensed. He stared at the readout, jaw clenched. "I never thought we'd run into a level 38 Gotha duck this deep," he muttered, his voice low and serious. "I was sure that after the Tyrantrum and Minen skirmish, we'd exhausted the heavy hitters around here. I felt safe enough to track down Jenny Turtle, but this—" He shook his head in disbelief. Ethan glanced at him. "You mean that Tyrantrum and Minen aren't locals?" "No," Chingmu replied, eyes fixed on the scanner. "They were just passing through, outsiders drawn by the strong currents. But this Gotha duck, he's the real boss of this stretch of water." Ethan swallowed. The hologram's stats had already screamed high-level boss battle, but seeing Chingmu so unsettled made it real. Even on a normal dive, you didn't expect a mid-battle ambush from a Pokémon this powerful, especially one so skilled in water techniques. They exchanged a determined look. The search for Jenny Turtle would have to wait. First, they'd have to deal with the domain's true ruler. Ethan secured his Pokeball belt and nodded. "Then let's make sure we're ready. We can't afford any surprises." Chingmu drew a deep breath, flexing his fingers. "Agreed. Get your strategy down, Ethan. This will be one of our toughest fights yet." Together, they steeled themselves against the currents, readying for the challenge that lay ahead. Ethan remembered all too well why the great Gotha duck had stayed submerged these past hours. Two alien elves, Tyron and Minas, had patrolled the lake's edge, their power so overwhelming that the duck dared not show itself. It had withdrawn its flock to the shadowy depths until the two elves departed in a quarrel far offshore. At last, the water returned to a glassy calm, and the massive creature broke the surface with a single heaving breath. Its golden eyes swept the shore and froze on Ethan and his companions, who were carelessly exploring the duck's claimed territory. With a roar that sent ripples racing outward, it thundered, "Who dares trespass? Who here has the gall to challenge me?" Ethan's heart didn't race. He barely registered the beast's challenge. If he'd known the full story, how the Gotha duck had cowered from Tyron and Menas, he might have sighed, "Trouble finds me even in far-off lands." He met the duck's furious glare with cool disdain of his own. Over countless battles, he'd learned to size up spirits in an instant, and though this beast looked every bit a regional powerhouse, Ethan judged it far beneath him. As a burgeoning sovereign in these lands, he scorned sparring with what he deemed weak spirits, but now his pride demanded retribution. Without another word, Ethan struck. His fist, surging with elemental force, connected squarely with the duck's beak in a crack of splintering wood and shuddering feathers. The beast reeled back, stunned and bleeding spirit energy. "Let this teach you who truly holds dominion here," Ethan declared, voice low and cold, leaving no doubt that he alone was master of this territory. Gotha duck's eyes flared as water energy swirled in its throat. With its beak shut tight, the beast drew in power, pressurizing a single devastating blast. Ethan pressed his lips together, resisting the urge to have it fire immediately. If they could build up enough force, one flawless strike would settle this fight, for good. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. "Gotha, hold," he ordered. "Wait for my signal." The duck's neck pulsed as it suppressed the torrent, nodding eagerly. Ethan raised his arm. At his command, a pale blue aura bloomed around him, cascading in shimmering waves that enveloped himself, Dark Crow, and Gotha duck. But their opponent was sharp enough to catch the ruse. In the next heartbeat, it unleashed its own water cannon. The pressure rocketed toward them like a jet stream, forcing Gotha duck to abandon its buildup and counterattack on the spot. A geyser of water exploded from the duck's beak, hurtling straight at Ethan. "Dark Crow, shield us!" Ethan cried. In an instant, Dark Crow's feathers ignited with lime-green energy, coalescing into a translucent barrier that slammed into the oncoming blast. Water exploded against it in a spray of mist, the roar of the impact echoing across the battlefield. Ethan braced himself behind the shield, every muscle tensed for the next move. The real fight was only just beginning. Ethan slammed his palm forward, and the energy hood flared into existence, enveloping the entire water cannon blast in a shimmering dome of force. "Move it, you idiot," snarled Gotha duck, watching the raven struggle to sustain the barrier. The dark raven's beak clicked in determined defiance as jet after jet of pressurized water hammered against the shield. Then, with a sudden crackle, the raven's eyes blazed brilliant blue. Its aura swelled explosively, shattering any known limit. Ethan met Gotha duck's gaze with absolute, chilling calm. "If you leave me alone, I'll do the same, but cross me, and I'll kill you." In a blinding flash, Ethan and the dark raven vanished. With no barrier left in their path, the water cannon struck the ground, gouging out a 3-meter-wide crater. Gotha duck stared into the empty battlefield, his cold smile gone. Pride as overlord indeed, bruised once more. Ethan shuddered as he remembered the cold look in the disappearing elf's eyes. Even Gotha duck, who had been poised to follow, abandoned the chase, diving beneath the waterfall and vanishing from sight. In a flash of supernatural energy, Ethan found himself back in the cavern behind the falls. The dark crow puppet slipped from his grasp, its onyx wings collapsing onto the wet stone. He winced, bit back the pain, and clenched it tightly for a moment, fighting the dizziness that still spun in his head. Nearby, the mute beast lay sprawled, utterly spent. Ethan shook his head to clear the last of the vertigo, and his expression grew grave. "Thank goodness for the mute beast," he murmured. "Without you, I doubt I could have talked my way past those elves. There really are a lot of powerful people in this forest." Gently, he lifted the dark crow puppet and fed it several energy blocks before setting it down to rest. Then he knelt beside the mute beast. "Focus on meditation," he instructed softly. "Restore your mental strength." Watching the creature's eyelids flutter closed, Ethan felt a pang of remorse. If the beast hadn't poured out its own mental reserves in that final, desperate moment, none of them might have gotten away. With a faint grunt, the mute beast folded its limbs beneath it and sank into a deep, restorative meditation. A subtle ripple of supernatural energy shimmered at Ethan's side. His meditation skill didn't merely strengthen his special attacks and defenses in battle, it also amplified his powers during peacetime training. Chapter 40, Vengeance. Ethan's face went stone cold as he finished organizing his two companions, Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast. This time it wasn't a hallucination or a trick of the light. While patrolling the riverbank, he and his allies had crossed paths with a formidable regional overlord. The encounter ended in disaster, and all three of them tasted bitter defeat and humiliation. Dark Crow, whose pride was as black and unyielding as his feathers, sat brooding in silence. Foolish Beast, for all his name, treated wins and losses as routine, but he had never been beaten without putting up a fight. Newly pledged to Ethan's side, he now pointed an accusatory claw at Ethan himself, convinced that only greater strength could shield them from such disgrace in the future. Yet in that moment, as Foolish Beast's anger threatened to consume him, Ethan felt a surprising clarity. He acknowledged for the first time aloud that they had lost because they weren't strong enough. Foolish Beast paused, admiration flickering in his eyes at Ethan's honesty. He teetered on the brink of bitterness until Ethan reached out, grounding him with a firm reminder. True strength came not from mimicking others, but from remaining true to oneself. A hush fell over the forest. A pair of elven scouts, silent witnesses to the rout, shifted uncomfortably as if awaiting a verdict. Ethan drew in a steadying breath and was the first to break the quiet. "Is there any blow more crushing than this?" he asked, voice calm. "Let us blame no one but ourselves. We will grow stronger, together." With that resolve hanging in the air, the three of them rose, united by shared failure and the promise of vengeance yet to come. As Ethan's breathing finally steadied, the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast blinked open their eyes and fixed him with fierce, determined gazes. "Don't give up now," Ethan urged, managing a small, reassuring smile. "Just hang on a little longer. If we push ourselves, train harder than ever, we'll find our way back there, sooner or later." At his words, the two companions relaxed their tense muscles. Anger and frustration turned into a low, steady hum of energy coursing through them. They would grow stronger and reclaim everything they'd lost. Despite their eagerness to rise and train immediately, both the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast bore fresh wounds. Ethan insisted they rest and heal first. So that night, the only sounds in the cave were the distant roar of the waterfall and the crackle of logs in their small bonfire. Leaning against the cool stone, the Dark Crow closed its eyes and focused on the cluster of energy blocks at its feet. After absorbing one block, it swallowed the next again, until its whole being thrummed with renewed power. Normally, the body would assimilate such energy over time, but by guiding its own chi through the blocks, the crow accelerated their dissolution, instantly converting them into inner strength. Soon, it would be ready to join Ethan in the grueling training to come, and together they would become unstoppable. Ethan knelt a few paces away and watched as the sluggish beast closed its eyes and sank to the ground. The arcane energies he'd unleashed still swirled around it, a subtle distortion in the air, as if reality itself were rippling. Even in exhaustion, the creature's devotion was clear. His team, elves and beasts alike, had thrown everything they had into training, desperate to grow stronger. As their trainer, it was Ethan's responsibility to nurture that drive, devising exercises and setting the paths that would best suit each of them. He paused to think. If he could produce advanced mana blocks, their growth rates would soar. But acquiring the tools and rare reagents to craft those blocks was a problem he'd have to solve later, perhaps with the help of his homework trainer. For now, there were more immediate concerns. Take the Dark Raven, for example. Slim, fast, and deadly, but with paper-thin defenses, it needed a regimen built around strength conditioning. Daily weight training would tap the synth then bulk up its frame just enough to support blistering acceleration. Given time and perseverance, its speed would shatter every previous record. Meanwhile, the sluggish beast faced a pivotal choice: evolve into the stalwart Dull Beast, a tank of physical resilience, or ascend to Dull King, whose unparalleled special defenses made magic bounce harmlessly away. Ethan would need to weigh the strategic advantages of each form and decide which evolution would best serve their battles to come. Ethan hadn't yet settled on which evolutionary path to take, and he wasn't about to decide for his companion, the foolish beast. True, ascending from a foolish beast to a foolish king was exponentially more difficult than the first stage evolution. But if his beast wanted that challenge, he would give it his full support. In Ethan's eyes, the foolish beasts, slow though they might be, possessed remarkable stamina and a natural aptitude for extraordinary powers. As a foolish king, one would focus entirely on damage output and special attacks. Defense would hardly be an issue. And if his friend preferred to remain a foolish beast, Ethan would back that choice just as fiercely. That night, the cavern beneath the waterfall felt unusually cool. Ethan sat before the fire, lost in thought. Nearby, 2 elven healers worked steadily, tending to bruises and scars so that, come dawn, both the dark crow and the foolish beast could resume their training without delay. Before long, the hours slipped away. With his mind made up, Ethan finally called his 2 companions over. "All right," he said, his voice warm in the flickering light. "You've earned a full night's rest. Tomorrow we'll decide your next step, together." The dark crow cawed softly in agreement. The foolish beast, weary but content, curled up beside the embers. Overhead, the waterfall's steady roar lulled them into silence. Ethan leaned back, watching the flames dance. Whatever came next, be it the leap to Foolish King or continued growth as they were, he and his companions would face it side by side. And that, he knew, was the truest path to power. Sometimes you really can't underestimate the body's natural healing powers. This morning's training started at the usual hour, but after yesterday's brutal Dark Crow regimen, Ethan was still feeling the strain. He couldn't push through his normal physical drills, yet his superpower system seemed completely unharmed. In fact, it had grown stronger overnight. By driving his instant movement overload ability to its limit yesterday, he'd triggered a surge in his internal energy reserves. The proof came almost immediately. Where he once managed to mentally lift only a single boulder, now 2 massive rocks floated effortlessly at his command. Ethan stared in disbelief as the stones hovered side by side. The leap in his strength was astonishing. It became clear that yesterday's extreme trial hadn't drained him. It had unlocked potential he'd barely begun to explore. Ethan's brute companion had always tapped only a trickle of its latent power, like drinking from a glass of water through a straw finer than a single hair. But during yesterday's overload, its straw suddenly doubled in thickness, unleashing an exponential surge of energy under Ethan's command. High above, Dark Crow watched this astonishing growth and resolved to push himself harder. In head-to-head bouts, he still had the edge. Some of the beast's newly awakened skills simply didn't affect him, but by overall fighting strength, the beast now outmatched him by more than 2-1. As Ethan's loyal familiar, Crow felt no envy. Yet he couldn't help but challenge the beast whenever he could. Only through relentless training and steady improvement could he hope to keep pace. He refused to be left behind when Ethan went on to conquer mightier elves. After all, Dark Crow was the first elf to fall under Ethan's sway, and he would not allow himself to become dead weight on the team. Ethan rose with the dawn's first light, his breath visible in the crisp morning air. Today, like every day, he would train his 2 elf companions side by side, pushing them to become the strongest members of the team, and in doing so, sharpening his own skills as well. By 6 o'clock, he'd already led them through a series of agility drills beneath the towering pines. Lena, the wood elf whose arrows sang through the air, and Corvin, the shadow-touched elf who moved with impossible grace, matched each other step for step. As their trainer, Ethan demonstrated every maneuver alongside them, vaulting over fallen logs, rolling on the soft pine needle carpet, and striking practice dummies with controlled precision. With each passing repetition, he could see their confidence blossom and feel his own prowess deepen. 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Standing at the edge of the clearing, Ethan watched Lena knock her final arrow and Corvin sheath his twin daggers. They exchanged satisfied smiles, their bond fortified by shared effort. Ethan's own pulse thrummed with purpose. He longed to keep going, to squeeze every drop of progress from these early hours. But he couldn't linger. A shadow mission awaited. Without its 10,000-point reward, Ethan's chance to join the clandestine Shadow Council would vanish. He couldn't afford to forget that every spare moment, every resource, counted toward proving himself worthy. With 2 elves now under his wing, his supplies were being consumed at an alarming rate. The energy blocks he used to fuel their training sessions, once cheap enough because he manufactured them himself, were suddenly in higher demand. Most trainers had to purchase these ability blocks on the open market, where even an intermediate-grade block cost 5 precious points on the Council's redemption list. Ethan pressed a hand to his satchel and felt the reassuring weight of a few remaining blocks. Still, he knew they wouldn't last long at this pace. He took a final look at Lena and Corvin, their faces flushed with exertion but shining with determination. Tomorrow they would train again, harder, faster, stronger. And after that, he would dive headlong into his shadow mission. Between grueling drills and covert assignments, Ethan would stop at nothing to earn his place among the elite, because in this world, power was the only currency that truly mattered. Ethan's Dark Crow now eats about 30 energy blocks a day, roughly 150 training points worth. Factor in the blocks needed to keep his foolish beast in fighting shape, and the daily point expenditure shoots through the roof. And raw stamina isn't enough. Skills matter just as much. So far, Dark Crow has mastered 3 techniques, costing Ethan over 10,000 points. He isn't done either. Future skill training will only drive that investment higher. By comparison, the foolish beast only needs to learn a handful of moves, so its upkeep is far more modest. That's why civilian trainers find it almost impossible to break into the big leagues. Unless you stumble onto a massive opportunity, simply gathering enough resources to fully train an elf can take a lifetime, and by then, the creature's already past its prime. Ethan himself has always relied on stat-boosting chips. Even with their help in his previous life, he still had to join the elf hunters and lean on Team Rocket's backing just to scrape by as a sky trainer. And among the so-called Heavenly King trainers, most are merely mid-level rocket officers. In truth, there are countless hidden masters lurking within the League's ranks. Ethan emerged from the mouth of the Water Curtain Cavern into brilliant morning light. Only by rising to the rank of an Emperor-level trainer could he hope to claim even a sliver of freedom in this world. And even then, it would be only just enough. Yesterday's downpour had swept away the stifling air, and now the sky was an unbroken expanse of blue. Warm sunlight filtered through newly unfurled leaves, bathing the forest's edge in a gentle glow that felt like a long-awaited drink of cool water to a parched soul. He made his way down to the lakeshore, where the water, puffed up and roaring during the storm, had miraculously receded to its tranquil height. Smooth pebbles, freshly washed, gleamed dully under the sun, each one telling its own story of torrents overcome and settled calm regained. Ethan paused at the water's edge and turned to his companions, the silent, glossy-winged dark crow perched on a low branch, and the hulking, foolish beast with its gentle eyes and massive shoulders. He laid a hand on the beast's coarse fur and met the crow's sharp gaze. "The next time we come back here," he vowed in a low voice, "we'll have our revenge." The crow cawed once, crisply, its beady eyes flickering with newfound resolve. From the beast came a deep, rumbling roar that shook the pebbles at their feet. In that moment, Ethan's quiet determination became theirs. Together, trainer and Pokémon set their sights on the day when they would return and settle the score once and for all.